Morning, everyone. My name is Darlene Watchford. I'm the MLA for Esquimalt-Colwood and the chair of the Special Committee to Review the Public Interest Disclosure Act. I'd like to acknowledge we're meeting today on the Legislative Precinct Victoria, which is located on the territories of Lekwungen-speaking people known as Songhees and Cossep Nations. Our committee is currently conducting its review of the Public Interest Disclosure Act. Today we'll be receiving a follow-up briefing from the Ministry of the Attorney General, followed by presentations from those who made submissions to the committee during its public consultation in the summer. I will now ask for the members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting with my deputy chair.
Good morning, I'm Rosalind Bird. I'm the MLA for Prince George Valmont, and thank you for joining us today and taking the time to make a submission and helping to better educate us. Appreciate it.
And I'm Lawrence Mock, MLA for Maple Ridge East, and thanks for coming, and I look forward to your presentation.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Blatherwick. I'm the Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity and the MLA for Coquitlam-Maryville, and thank you for coming again. Very nice to see you.
And I'm Dana Lajeunesse, MLA for Wanda-Fuka-Malahat and Parliamentary Secretary for Accessibility. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we will be starting then with a briefing for a briefing from the Ministry of the Attorney General. So I will pass it to them for introductions and to go.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee again. My name is Paul Craven. I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Justice Services Branch within the Ministry of the Attorney General, responsible for the Act. Deputy Attorney General Barbara Carmichael is unable to attend today, so I'm attending in her stead. I'm joined with my staff, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Anita Najeko. I'm the Director for Policy and Legislation with Justice Services Branch in the Ministry. Hello.
Hi there, I'm Jasmine Dadachanchi. I'm a Senior Policy and Legislation Analyst with Justice Services Branch as well. Thank you.
And behind us, we have Dotan Ahmet, a policy analyst with the Justice Services Branch. So we'll work our way through a slide deck that's been presented. I believe you have it. Just confirming. Okay. So the briefing as requested by the committee will build on the May briefing and is an opportunity to discuss the Public Interest Disclosure Act in greater detail. The briefing supplements our written submissions that were previously provided to the committee. We'll start, and we're on slide 2, by outlining the broader context of PETA, then highlight some of the proposed changes that we support, and then discuss a few key issues where we believe our perspective may provide some helpful information to the committee. Once I've gone through the presentation, we hope to have some time for questions. So we'll be on slide 3 here and just talking about the context of PETA. Before we get into the substance of the Act, we just wanted to take a few minutes to step back and look at PETA from a broader perspective, because it's important context for evaluating some of the recommendations and suggestions. So, of course, as you are aware, PETA is whistleblower legislation. So developing whistleblower legislation involves a balancing of various interests to ensure that we have this robust framework. Includes protection of the whistleblower, proportionate and procedurally fair investigation processes, protection of existing processes best suited to address certain issues, appropriate protection of sensitive information, and ensuring the authorities and powers are sufficiently focused to ensure that these processes and protections apply only to true whistleblowing scenarios and do not become a catch-all for all issues and grievances. So the significance of noting this is to keep in mind we need to take a broad perspective. Otherwise, there is a risk that changes may weaken the overall whistleblowing framework. There is consideration of issues. Therefore, consideration of issues in a broader lens is, in our view, better. So that takes us to slide 4. And slide 4 outlines some of the factors to balance when that we would suggest in developing a meaningful legislative framework for whistleblowing. Again, re-emphasizing that making whistleblower legislation a catch-all for all grievances simply waters down the importance and the effectiveness of such frameworks. So those factors are set out in slide 4. I won't read them. Moving on to slide 5. When we look at PETA, it is important to keep in mind that this is just one tool in a larger ecosystem of laws and policies through which individuals may report wrongs. Other processes for reporting misconduct include the Public Service Standards of Conduct and reporting fiscal misconduct under the Financial Administration Act, both which have been around for a considerable amount of time. That takes me to slide 6. PETA preserves whistleblower protections found elsewhere in law and policy. In terms of scope and coverage, when we're talking of PETA came into force and it was applied to the public sector. Between 2022 and 2024, it was rolled out to the broader public sector organizations using a phased approach. And I think we probably touched on that in our earlier presentations. And that's generally, this phased approach has been consistent with international best practices. It's important to note that the province itself is the largest employer under PETA and with the longest experience in PETA at the moment as a result of that phased implementation. Moving on to slide 7, a little bit more in terms of context. Given there is a variety of organizations covered by PETA, maintaining flexibility within that legislative framework is important in order to have an effective regime. Furthermore, a number of organizations have asked when considering any amendments to the Act, we do consider the increased burden it may place on employers, especially in the current circumstances when organizations are already being challenged to do more with less. So I want to emphasize that as you expand the PETA framework to other organizations, it does take effort and does take resources in order to implement. So moving on to slide 8, we're going to start now our discussion about some of the proposed changes. I thought we would start with areas that have been identified by the Office of the Ombudsperson, of which we agree. I won't spend a lot of time on those, but want to just make sure that you're aware of those. They are noted in our presentation and also noted in the slide deck. So these are amendments that are proposed by the Office of the Ombudsperson, which we are supportive of. I would note that we really appreciate the efforts of the Office of the Ombudsperson to present a report and provide some recommendations. We have a strong working relationship over the last 6 years that PETA have been introduced and has been in force, and we continue to work collaboratively and effectively with them. So the 6 areas that we have identified that should be addressed to improve the Act are as follows. 1, we should clarify language in section 22(2)(c) regarding the refusal to investigate, because it would serve no useful purpose due to the length of time that has passed. So we support some clarification there. Secondly, we support notification of the Deputy Minister to the Premier instead of the Minister when an investigation involves a Chief Executive Officer, Chief Executive in the ministries. So that's section 21(5). And also referral to professional regulatory bodies where disclosure constitutes wrongdoing as defined under PETA. So those are outlined on slide 8. If you're following along, see that you now have paper copies. So on slide 9, 3 other further areas. Assistance for designated officers before the investigation stage. That's under section 19(3). Providing another mechanism which disclosures about independent offices of the legislature may be managed. And also, finally, the housekeeping amendment to section 38(1) that is recommended. So that brings us to slide 10, and where we want to go now is just to supplement some of our written submissions that were provided to the committee earlier. We don't anticipate that we have time to go through every proposal that's been made, so the remainder of our presentation will focus on key issues where we felt there would be benefit to the committee of our perspective. So that turns us to slide 11. So from the outset, it's really important for us to indicate that our approach is intentional, and that's primarily because the Ombudsperson Act and PETA serve different functions. PETA, as you know, aims to ensure that the most serious cases of misconduct within the public service are identified, thoroughly and fairly investigated, and then addressed suitably, and that disclosures are protected from reprisals. On the other hand, the Ombudsperson Act is a more general legislation and provides general oversight of the administration fairness of a number of government processes. So when we look at this from a legislative and policy perspective, both acts don't necessarily have the same scope and application any more than any other two pieces of legislation should have the same scope. So in other words, just because both of these pieces of legislation are authorities of the ombudsperson doesn't mean that they need to be the same. And so if another independent officer, for example, was charged with the role of the ombudsperson under PETA instead, that shouldn't impact the influence how PETA is derived in the authorities under PETA. So just to emphasize that they're two different functions, and just because they are undertaken by the same individual or office, those authorities need to be fit for purpose, not to fit based on who the office holder is. So that is sort of a key point that overrides, I think, all of our submissions. There is mention, of course, about expanding jurisdiction, and one of those areas was local governments. We would note that there are no other jurisdiction in Canada while local governments are covered by similar legislation, with one exception, that is in Manitoba. And in Manitoba, it's a voluntary ability, so local governments can opt in. And our understanding is that there is only one local government in Manitoba that has opted in. That doesn't mean that they don't have their own provisions related to protections for whistleblowers and those types of arrangements. The other area, and that's on slide 12 in terms of coverage, self-regulating bodies operate independently from both legislative and executive branches of government. So one of the key aspects of that is ensuring that there is a real and perceived independence of those bodies, because it reinforces the public's trust and the body's ability to uphold its standards and make impartial decisions based on professional expertise. So many of those organizations have established processes to manage disclosures that have been in place longer than PETA. And accordingly, for those reasons, we would not suggest further extension of those areas under PETA at this time. It moves us to slide 13. And this area is of a particular interest to the legislature as a whole. It's important to, and we're talking about the Legislative Assembly and the application to the Legislative Assembly. Important to note that PETA already applies to ministerial assistants and executive assistants in ministers' offices. There are instances in Alberta and Yukon, for example, that have implemented legislative frameworks that provide opportunities for disclosure of wrongdoings within their respective legislative bodies. But the focus in BC has been to focus on employees, to protect employees from reprisal rather than apply the Act to the Legislative Assembly. Our suggestion here would be that it might be prudent to consult the Legislative Assembly Management Committee on this matter to determine what whistleblower protections are already in place and may be developed for the Legislative Assembly. We make that suggestion because we want to stress the critical importance that any recommendation needs to account for the independence and the autonomy of the legislative branch as opposed to the executive in order to operate effectively in our parliamentary system. So that's what we would recommend. We have no particular recommendations in this area as a result. It moves to slide 14, where we talk about incorporations of powers from the Ombudsperson Act into PETA. This relates to my earlier point about whether or not authorities under the Ombudsperson Act need to be the same as they are under PETA. It is, under the structure of the Act, true that powers have been incorporated into PETA from the Ombudsperson's Act. That's largely for convenience, but use of those powers, again, need to be appropriate to the statute at hand. So the purposes of the Ombudsperson Act and the PETA are different, where that focus on administration fairness and under the Ombudsperson Act, and PETA that focus on serious wrongdoing and protecting disclosures in that context. Individuals involved in a PETA investigation may face significantly greater legal, reputational, and career-related impacts. By its nature, PETA calls for greater emphasis on procedural fairness and administrative protections as a result. On slide 15, Section 15 of the Ombudsperson's Act provides significant powers to the Ombudsperson, including the authority to conduct hearings, enter premises, seize records, summon individuals. Those authorities appropriate from the Ombudsperson Act may be appropriate in the context of PETA, but only in where it engaged once an investigation has been commenced, as opposed to earlier on in the process. Slide 16. If an investigation is not warranted, the use of those powers should not be either, given the sensitive matters that fall under PETA, linking again to those significant consequences when we're talking about serious wrongdoing and protecting disclosures in that context. Given the greater risk to individuals compared to the Ombudsperson's Act, there is greater risk that information gathered outside the structure of a formal investigation might be misinterpreted or prematurely acted upon, leading to negative outcomes for individuals. And the genesis of the Act and circumstances that led to the genesis of the Act emphasize that point. Moving now on to the context of privileged materials and solicitor-client privilege on slide 17. Solicitor-client privilege is the cornerstone of our legal system. It ensures clients can speak openly with their lawyers without fear of information being disclosed. Without such trust, justice can be compromised. So due to the special nature of solicitor-client privilege information, the Ombudsperson does not have access to it via statute, even under the Ombudsperson's Act. For the Ombudsperson Act investigation, the province has in place a memorandum of understanding with the office that allows voluntary disclosure of solicitor-client privilege information to the Ombudsperson where necessary. For PETA, the decision to provide this information is also made on a case-by-case basis, depending on the unique circumstances of a particular case. The ministry broadly believes that is working and appropriate in the circumstances and should continue as opposed to a provision in the Act. Adding statutory provisions that would enable the Ombudsperson to compel solicitor-client privilege information would be unprecedented and could result in legal prejudice to public sector bodies, having the unintended effect of creating a chilling effect that discourages them from obtaining necessary legal advice in the first place, which could negatively impact the ability of public bodies to carry out their duties. So that's a critical element to how government responds to any such sort of disclosures. So enhancing and ensuring solicitor-client privilege is protected through the current processes is the preference and recommendation of the ministry. Slide 19. This deals with reporting where there is no investigation and recommendations when no wrongdoing is found. We want to address first the ombudsperson's proposal to require reporting the number of discontinued investigations. In our perspective, and here we are on slide 19, that this serves no useful purpose and may in fact be misleading. Further numbers in this circumstances could be skewed if people increasingly disclose matters that do not constitute wrongdoing under PETA. In essence, such a requirement would increase the administrative burden while not necessarily providing any reliable or useful information to the public. Second, and on slide 20, ombudsperson's recommendation that an organization should report on recommendations even where wrongdoing is not found. Again, PETA aims to ensure that the most significant cases of misconduct in the public sector are properly identified and thoroughly investigated and addressed. Requiring organizations to publicly report recommendations when no wrongdoing was found would dilute the desired effects of the acts in our view. Further, ombudsperson already has authority under section 44 to issue special reports where they consider that to be in the public interest. So there is a mechanism for the ombudsperson already currently in the Act to address those concerns. This authority can be exercised in various circumstances, including if the ombudsperson finds a theme in investigations that result in findings of no wrongdoing. So there is a mechanism already in the Act. Finally, we're going to turn our attention to audit powers, and that's in slide 21. The ombudsperson has asked for that audit powers be added to its powers under PETA. Should note at the outset that section 10.1 of the Ombudsperson's Act authorize the ombudsperson to conduct audits. This authority applies only when an individual is or may be considered aggrieved by an authority. This condition serves as a guardrail, ensuring that audit powers are exercised in response to a specific concern or circumstance. Under section 24(1)(b) of PETA, ombudsperson also has the ability to request that the Auditor General undertake an examination respecting government, a government organization, or a trust fund and that authority is under section 13(3) of the Auditor General Act. So the Auditor General may exercise that authority if they're satisfied it's in the public interest to do so. This again provides another opportunity to initiate an audit, also with checks and balances. So section 40-4 of PETA allows the ombudsperson to make a special report to the legislature that the ombudsperson has used in numerous instances if he considers there to be in the public interest or the interest of a person, ministry, or government body or office. Under the same subsection, he may also comment publicly about it. So overall, in light of those appropriate audit and oversight powers already available to the ombudsperson, MAG recommends against any provision of any new audit authority under PETA. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you and your time and attention, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I will open the floor up to questions. Who won? Okay, we will start with Molly Vladimir.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. Perhaps I will go backwards in the presentation, starting from where we just finished with audit powers. I see that the ombudsperson has sort of 3 options for requesting an audit or similar process if they feel that that's necessary. Tell me about what the pressure is here that you perceive that the ombudsperson would like additional expanded powers. What kind of investigations or audit situations are not covered in the options that they currently have that they would be requesting an expansion of their power?
Thanks for the question. We would observe that Section 44 is very broad. So it's not, I can't provide you specific examples of where they might think that there is a lack of ability as a result. That's probably a question maybe better posed in follow-up to the Office of the Ombudsperson for specific examples. We're not aware of things that would not be, couldn't be covered under their current authorities.
Thank you. I will do that. I'm not an expert in this area, and I couldn't find a situation in which I thought they weren't already covered. So I thought maybe we could figure it out together, but I will follow up with them. Thank you. And for, is it okay? Because we can trade off if I. No. Yeah. Thank you. So for reporting where no investigation, recommendation of wrongdoing are found, I just want to make sure that I understand. So one of the most important functions of reporting, that's slide 19. One of the most important functions of reporting is like the positive tracking, where you are determining, resolution. But for you, one of the things you've talked about a couple of times is the importance of ensuring that we are not creating situations that motivate inappropriate use of PETA, right? That we're not using it as a catch-all. And so I'm just looking at the tension between ensuring that we're not inappropriately using the act or expanding it beyond useful scope, but then not tracking under your responsibility or under PETA the number of no result investigations or closed investigations. So I think you did mention that the Ombudsman has the capacity to issue a report that would have themes. So if there was an exceeding number of investigations that were closed with no result or no finding, that there is a mechanism to do that. But I think you get what I'm getting at, is that if one of our concerns is we don't want it being used for purposes for which it is not intended, should we not be tracking the cases that are closed to ensure that that's not happening?
Yeah, I think I get your sort of general intent. If we're in a circumstance where that information may be useful to determine whether or not the act is more broadly used, there might be other mechanisms that you need to do to narrow so it focuses on the element of wrongdoing. I don't think we see that as an overall broad concern that would require any changes to the act. And my colleagues pointing to right. So maybe we should just, for clarity, draw your attention to section 38 sub 2.
Okay.
So it allows disclosure of the number of disclosures received, including referrals of disclosures, and the number acted upon and not acted upon, the number of investigations commenced as a result of a disclosure, and in the case of an investigation that results in a finding of wrongdoing, the description of wrongdoing, any recommendations related to that, including those made by the ombudsperson, any corrective action taken. There is also ability under regulation to prescribe more instances. So I guess What I would suggest also is the ombudsperson's annual reports do outline significant amount of sort of information, and we want to take a closer look at that, of whether or not the scope of information being provided in those annual reports is, in the committee's view, sufficient or needs to be broader.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, I could stop and let others.
Deputy,
Relates to your question.
Deputy Chair?
Yeah.
Because we happen to be actually looking at section 38, one of the things that actually concerns me about PETA is that within the context, they can make recommendations, they can acknowledge wrongdoing, and they can also suggest corrective action. My concern is there's no ability to ensure that actually happens. So I don't know if your office is able to speak to that, if you know, would have recommendations around that. I mean, if you have an opportunity or you have a piece of legislation where people in public service are able to report that and it is investigated and somebody says, yeah, no, this shouldn't have happened and we recommend this and that, but there's actual no teeth to force those recommendations or ensure those changes happen.
Yeah, I think I would start with just the general structure of independent offices of the legislature and any independent sort of recommendations that come out of those. Generally, there are not mechanisms in to require government to follow through with those types of recommendations because there are broader policy, fiscal, and other consequences that need to be considered. That said, when recommendations are made by independent bodies, those are very seriously considered, and particularly in instances when we're talking about PETA and serious wrongdoing and recommendations, sort of the expectation is that those are followed through. There are accountability mechanisms that are generated in those types of things, including public reporting, that would ensure that if government does not act on those recommendations, that is transparent and can be pursued by the members of the legislature or members of the public. So I think that's the broader accountability measures if in an instance where they weren't followed through. But given the nature of this act, I think that would be a rare circumstance, but it is possible.
Is there a difference between individual and systemic?
I understand what you're saying. I do know some individuals that have made some fairly substantial submissions to PETA about wrongdoing in public service, and although there was agreement there that those things shouldn't have happened, there wasn't actually any follow through on the recommendations. My concern is for individuals that do report and something is, you know, agreed upon. If there's no mechanism to ensure those changes, and don't misunderstand me, I understand that it rolls over into, you know, could be significant changes in other pieces of legislation, et cetera. I understand that part. But my concern is, where's the incentive for an individual that is possibly, although not according to this act, putting themselves at serious risk by reporting these things? If there's no availability to ensure that that change happens, why would somebody go through the process?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair point in terms of any type of process. If the process doesn't result in change, then that results in a disincentive, a cooling of wanting to participate in that process. I think that's a fair point. I think, though, there is a distinction between a mandatory requirement and allowing for that to be considered and then properly followed through. Mechanisms to ensure that that is seriously considered and reported on and determine whether or not they're going to follow through, I think is appropriate. And I think that balance is found in the Act. But if the committee feels that should be strengthened, then that's something you should consider.
Okay. Thank you, and just to be clear, I'm not trying to be critical, I'm just playing the devil's advocate.
No,
Because
absolutely.
I think it's extremely important that the spirit of the act is also followed through on, so, thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well taken.
Lawrence?
Yes. I have a question with regards to how PETA determines whether a case is serious or not. PETA focuses on allegations of serious wrongdoing, and if a disclosure were to come forward with a case to PETA, so I'm trying to understand how does PETA determine whether that case is serious or not, and if the case is not serious enough for PETA, then where does that case go to? Does it go to the ombudsperson's office?
Question. I think Section 7 of the Act will be instructive in terms of what a serious wrongdoing is. So just to paraphrase, it covers a serious act or omission that, if proven, would constitute an offense under an enactment of British Columbia or Canada, an act or omission that creates a substantial or specific danger to life, health, and safety of a person or the environment. And, sorry, my glasses are not focusing, or other danger in the inherent in the performance of employees' duties or function, a serious misuse of public funds or public assets, gross or systemic mismanagement, knowingly directing or counseling a person to commit a wrongdoing described in paragraphs, the further paragraphs. So then it's ultimately up to the office of the ombudsperson to determine whether it fits under the act, or if those disclosures are made internally in our internal process for those determined. If it isn't serious wrongdoing, then it refers to other internal processes in order to do that. And so generally why you're doing that is you really want to focus on the serious wrongdoing. We don't want every wrongdoing going through. It would potentially overwhelm the office of the ombudsperson in terms of that. And all organizations need to have their own internal mechanisms in order to deal with challenges and issues that may be raised so that those can be rectified. And so it's ensuring strong mechanisms on both sides that allows you to have a strong process to address wrongdoing. If that answers your question.
Jennifer?
Thank you. So I'm really hoping we can dig a little bit more into the idea that you brought up when you were talking about how we wanted fit for the purpose, not fit for the office. Can you just expand a little bit more on the distinction? Like, how you see that playing out? Is there like an example that you could give me?
There's a couple of examples here, and these may be a little bit too narrow for what you're thinking of, but there is a recommendation that we didn't touch on here about changing the authorities of the merit commissioner. And so that should be considered in the context of what the merit commissioner does and what the merit commissioner's role is, as opposed to advancing it through this process. But I think more fundamentally what you're you're asking is, the ombudsperson's role broadly is extremely broad in its role under the Ombudsperson's Act, right? To look into any number of sort of unfairness issues, procedural unfairness elements, and that's its focus. And so having sort of broad authorities related to that are helpful, but what the ombudsperson does in that doesn't affect a particular individual who may be alleged of wrongdoing, right? So under PETA, there's potential for an individual to be a subject of a particular complaint or issue. And so procedural fairness in those instances, really critical. So that we don't end into process where somebody is wrongfully a subject matter of an investigation. So I think that's the more fundamental issue there about why just because it's in A doesn't mean it needs to be in B. The ombudsperson has two distinct roles here. It's really important to focus on what they do under the Ombudsperson's Act and what they do under PETA. And again, I mean, this is a little bit repetitive. They don't necessarily need to be the same authorities as a result.
Okay, so sorry, can I just repeat my understanding to you and then you can correct me? So what we're trying to do is keep their authorities separate because PETA has much more serious and impactful consequences if an individual is, or organization is enmeshed in that kind of investigation. You can have, wrongdoing without it being elevated to the level of a whistleblowing, serious grievance, serious wrongdoing. And so we're trying to ensure that the two do not get enmeshed, that you can have the ombudsman conduct an investigation without it becoming, to keep those two processes separate. And we want to keep that clean because of the way that it would have legal consequences, reputational consequences, career consequences for a person if we investigated every act with the blunt tool of PETA.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Right. So my colleague Jasmine has pointed out, this might also be helpful, that, a finding with respect to an investigation under the Ombudsperson Act, really it's aimed at the authority that is responsible generally. So that could be a ministry, it could be others that are covered under the office of the under that scope, right? Whereas on PETA, it has consequences potentially to an individual. I think that's a distinction. The other thing that helps, I think, or helped me understand that is the legislator made a choice to give those authorities both to the office of the ombudsperson because they felt that that was a good fit. But the intellectual exercise you could conduct here is maybe you could give it to the Auditor General, right? And the Auditor General has very distinct authorities that were quite different. And we wouldn't argue that because the Auditor General was responsible for PETA, the powers under PETA should be the same as the auditors. I think that's the point. We may have confused things a little bit in the sense that the legislation makes reference to powers under the Ombudsperson Act that sort of suggests that comparison is apt, whereas I think our point is that's done a matter of convenience so that you don't have to repeat those. That's a stylistic sort of and a legislative council kind of determine it. The legislature opted to just incorporate those by reference.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Rosalind for the next question.
It sort of somewhat follows along the same lines. I wanted to go back to the ability to request audits and, who you can actually make that request to. So it refers to back pages and it refers to page 5. It says Financial Administration Act requires employees to disclose unauthorized expenditures. There's quite a big difference between somebody taking a seaplane to a concert and misappropriation of funds. So, if somebody submits gives a submission through PETA, and there's some fairly egregious financial misappropriation in whatever context, am I understanding that the recommendation is that PETA will be able to request an audit, or they currently can request an audit through the Auditor General? Sorry, I'm trying to go back and forth between your pages here, so it's easier to ask you directly.
Yeah, so that's correct. There's a referral power in the existing act that allows them to make that request to the Auditor General.
Okay, and just to clarify, because I'm sure you are much more familiar with the Auditor General Act than I am. Quite frankly, I've never read it, probably should, but if there was something that was brought forward through whistleblower that was fairly significant around the misappropriation of public funds, that is a very serious thing to have happened. Does the Auditor General under their act have the power to address that directly? I don't mean make recommendations and say, oh, that shouldn't have happened. Like, there needs to be some accountability there. So I'm hoping that under that act, they have the ability. Do you see what I'm getting at? It kind of refers to my last question, so I'm just trying to clarify. And
So the Auditor General broadly has very broad discretion to investigate matters under that act, right? This is to deal with a situation with, as a result of a PETA disclosure, the Office of the Ombudsperson has gone through that and suggests that an audit be done. Because to your point, it may be very serious, widespread, and so they make that recommendation to the auditor and says they have to be satisfied it's in the public interest. In the circumstances that you've identified, I would think it would be difficult it would be easily made, and then those circumstances. And then what you're trying to do, again, is focus on the skills and attributes of the Auditor General, as opposed to giving that authority to the Office of the Ombudsperson. So, I mean, colloquially, generally, you say, who's better placed to do an extensive audit in those circumstances? Probably the Auditor General. This gives a mechanism for that to happen.
no, and I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to clarify how that comes to an end point. So if in the whistleblower, the recommendation is made, okay, we've found something egregious, the Auditor General is far more qualified to look at this particular issue. It gets handed to the Auditor General, they decide yes or no. If they decide yes, they investigate, they do a full audit, they say, okay, there was something extremely egregious here. What happens with the result of that audit? Does it then come back to PETA? And then PETA makes recommendations, or does the Auditor General actually have the authority to fix it and then report to PETA that it was fixed? That's the piece I'm trying to figure out.
My understanding is that then that would be in the role of the Auditor General's powers and authorities would apply, and they would make those recommendations and suggestions themselves, as opposed to referring it back, like doing the work and then referring it back to the Ombudsperson. That's our understanding.
Okay.
Lawrence?
I'm referring to slide 14. It says that when an individual is involved in a PETA investigation, he will face significantly greater legal, reputational, and career-related impacts. So I'm thinking here, if I'm going to make a case with PETA and realizing that the impacts will be greater, would that discourage me from coming forward with my case? Would that discourage a person, from approaching PETA? If he knows that, the impact will be greater, would that deter someone or discourage someone from coming forward with a case when he knows that, it's going to have greater impact on my career, my reputation, so on and so forth? I'm just wondering.
So this is whistleblower protection legislation. So somebody who makes an allegation is protected as a result of that. So that is designed not to discourage and encourage people to come forward. Certainly an individual who is considering whether or not to make a disclosure under the Act, it's a serious question, right? So it shouldn't be taken lightly, but the provisions of the Act are designed to allow that to happen. And again, want to emphasize that this is not the only mechanism, right? So you have choices within the Act about how you approach these, whether internally or going to the Office of the Ombudsperson. There are resources to support you in both of those instances and help you in that process. But there are also other internal processes that you can use to raise those in your organization. But this provides a really important outlet to ensure areas of serious wrongdoing have a process that will allow those to be considered in an appropriate way.
Yeah, I can understand that. So, but in the end, I'm still not sure whether a person will be deterred or not by the greater impact. If he wants his case to be taken up by PETA, but I'll just leave it as it is.
Yeah, it might be just instructive to look at some of the annual reports, like PETA is being used, right? It's thankfully it is not that we have lots and gazillion of complaints. That would be challenging, but are people using it? Yes. Are those numbers, of course, going up as it's been expanded in its scope? Yes. We wouldn't want it to be lots of people for obvious reasons, but we want it to be an avenue, and it doesn't seem to be. It seems to be working in from that. And if you look at the annual reports, that'll demonstrate that that's in fact happening. Some of them are not founded, others are, and that seems to be working.
Okay, I will go to Rosalind next.
This is going to be a very odd question, and it may be better for the ombudsman, but I'll just throw it out there. So on page 8, I have a concern with the last bullet that says that there's a recommendation that if there's a professional regulatory body and there's a PETA submission, that gets referred back to the regulatory body. Is that my understanding? Am I understanding that bullet correctly first before I follow up?
Correct, because the scope of PETA doesn't cover those bodies. Right, so the ombudsperson does not have authority there.
Okay, so now I have greater concern with this bullet. And I'll give you an example. If you are somebody working in the healthcare field, and we have various health authorities, we all know what they are, and somebody wants to make a PETA submission, the Bill 36, which was passed a couple of years ago, is now the legislating authority for healthcare professionals and occupations. And there are a number of clauses within that piece of legislation that regulates professional bodies in healthcare that actually encourage whistleblowing. And there's some fairly significant administrative and disciplinary abilities in that act. So I'm concerned that if we're suggesting, honestly, I'm quite concerned that they conflict with each other, and that if the recommendation is it needs to go back to professional bodies and there isn't protections within the legislation that oversees those professional bodies, that we're not protecting people. So that may be a much broader conversation, and that wasn't a very clear question. Do you know anything, or have you been made aware of any concerns around that?
Well, let me just start with a clarifying question. And so health authorities themselves are covered under PETA. What we're talking about here is the professional regulatory bodies. So engineers and geoscientists, lawyers and all of those. Any complaints about what those regulatory bodies are doing within their
Okay,
internal.
so not College of Physicians.
College of Physicians would be an example of something that is not covered. But that's serious wrongdoing that affects the college, right? And in its, so to take your example of misappropriation of funds within that regulatory body, right? That would have to be covered within the regulatory body's internal processes. It couldn't refer that to PETA. But the conduct of professionals in their professional capacity, that's what the regulatory body does in terms of that. So any complaints about what a lawyer or a physician or a nurse, they go to their regulatory bodies to be addressed.
Okay, actually okay, so it's not the context that I think it is. So thank you for clarifying. So that's,
I'm glad I was helpful.
yeah. Doesn't help me with the other concern, but that actually does. So you're talking about actual professional inappropriateness would go back to regulatory bodies. If a healthcare professional did something that they shouldn't have, then you're saying that doesn't go to PETA, it goes to the professional body. Am I
Yeah.
understanding you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I understand this bullet.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Okay, so I just want to clarify that I fully understand this. You know how like you've been pronouncing a word a certain way your whole entire life and then someone says it differently and you think, oh my gosh, is that the way you... So my understanding is the actual body, the investigative body, is the ombudsman, correct? PETA is not like an agency. It is an act. Is that right?
So, so the Office of the Ombudsperson is an avenue that
Yes.
you may use. You can also use internal structures that are
Correct.
required under the Act.
Just because when we were talking about it, we were talking about referring it back to PETA, and I thought, wait, there is no body that exists that is PETA. PETA is only a legislative.
PETA is the legislative instrument. The
Okay.
Office of the Ombudsperson is the
Thank you.
independent body that is indicated under the Act to do certain functions.
Whose
of the Act.
responsibility it is to. Yes.
So that's the other piece. So it's
Yes.
not the ombudsman themselves.
There's the Office of the
There's-
Ombudsman, which
yes,
is
and
a.
there is a whole body of people within there that deal with PETA that is separate from complaints that go to the ombudsman.
Yes.
Just for the purpose,
that
for them to be able to track the record, I'm just gonna, one at a time.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay, so just so I understand, but when you said, and I thought, is there, because for some of the legislation, there is they have the same acronym for the legislation, because agency also starts with A. And so sometimes but just so, I was deeply afraid there that I had missed some large piece of what was going on. So I just want to actually go back to Rosalind's point, is a referral to professional regulatory bodies where disclosure constitutes wrong. That does in fact not limit the actions or the recommendations that might be made. Is that correct? If you have an engineer who was not correctly filing plans or whatever, that would go to the regulatory body, but that doesn't limit further investigation or, like, we're not stopping the investigation there. That's just a.
Right, so, okay, I make a complaint to the Office of the Ombudsperson under PETA, and the Office of the Ombudsperson looks at it and says, you're complaining about the role of an engineer that played in their professional capacity. That's not something that I look at. That should be referred to the regulatory body. It's appropriate, right? As opposed to the conduct of that body itself, some kind of wrongdoing within that body itself. To further complicate things, if I have a complaint about how that professional regulatory body has conducted itself, the Office of the Ombudsperson, under the Ombudspersons Act, not under PETA, has authority to investigate and make recommendations to that body.
Okay, Great, thank you.
Rosalind?
So I'm going to actually follow up on what Jennifer just said, because sorry to confuse you guys.
You're quite the team, the two of you. Thank you.
Okay, so I need some more clarification on that. So let's use the engineer, for example, because that's a great example. Let's say they did actually do something that needs to be referred to the regulatory body because they didn't do something under their professional requirements that they should have. However, in doing that, it created a situation that is of public interest and needs to be addressed. So does PETA continue with that piece even though the wrongdoing as a professional has been reported to the regulatory body? Because they're actually two separate issues that would fall under the same submission. So if as an engineer I submitted the wrong plans and a bridge fell down, then yes, you need to be reported to your regulatory body. Probably shouldn't be building bridges anymore. However, that doesn't change the fact that the bridge fell down, and it's of the public's interest to understand why that happened and what we're doing about it.
Yeah, okay. I think we're getting very broad outside of what PETA is about, but I can try and help you. So the role of the professional obligations of the engineer in that instance is for the regulatory body to address. In certain events, there's other mechanisms that may be available to government broadly to investigate those types of things for various reasons. But that's not really what PETA is designed to deal with. PETA is designed to deal with an instance of, in this case, something that somebody in that professional regulatory body did, misappropriation of funds or anything that would follow under the definition of serious wrongdoing, would be addressed. That does not come to PETA because those bodies presently are not under the regulation to be covered. That would have to be done by their own internal processes.
And I'm just going to flag for the committee too, because we have these guys for a few more minutes. So if there's any questions specifically you want to get asked, I'll just flag that we have about 8 minutes, give or take, left.
Okay, I do, and it's probably just as horrible a question as the last ones I've asked, actually. I would like to visit the recommendation that PETA not be extended to local governments. I would like to understand that a little bit more. So, and with the understanding that I am very familiar that local governments fall under the Community Charter, they fall under the Local Government Act, they fall under the Municipal Act. So extending to PETA to those governments becomes, or could become quite complex because you're now dealing with a number of other pieces of legislation. However, my concern with that is it was actually brought up at UBCM that some of these acts be seriously looked at because of things that are happening within municipal politics and municipal governments currently, which has raised concerns because the internal policies aren't significant enough that when somebody does whistleblow within municipal governments, it goes nowhere. And so so I would like to know why that recommendation was made, and I don't think it was made lightly, but I need to understand it better because I know there's some fairly significant issues happening within municipal governments right now that are concerning to taxpayers and the public.
I think, first of all, that's a good question for the Office of the Ombudsperson because they can tell you what has generated their recommendation. I can assume that they feel that those mechanisms need the protections under PETA. I think where we start from is a couple of things. One, that would be unique under this legislation, as I sort of mentioned earlier. It's not something that is contemplated in other jurisdictions with this legislation. Doesn't mean that you don't do it. It just means that that's sort of where it sits. Manitoba has an ability for local governments to opt in. Only one is opted in. That's our information. But it's the value of the protections that under PETA versus whether that's necessary and what internal mechanisms that you have. And when you're talking about municipalities in the province, there's a lot of them. And a lot of them at various degrees of size, complexity, and may need more flexible approaches in relation to that. And I can't comment on the strength of whistleblowing sort of arrangements in each municipality. I just don't have that
okay.
information. That's the choice, but it is important to also recognize that by applying this regime, it does require considerable mechanisms, resources internally in order to do that effectively. And I think that may be a challenge in relation to municipalities. And then it's a question of if that effort is mandated, are there significant issues that we are seeing that would need to be addressed and could benefit from this in particular areas, right? And that's a question that we'd want to engage with UBCM on, municipalities on, and so we are not flooded with requests for municipalities to be brought under the Act from municipalities. That may be self-explanatory, but that's not what we've heard. But there are serious policy questions about how you would expand to a fairly unique area of government in the provinces. I'm sure you appreciate.
Okay, so I appreciate the answer. I wanted to know sort of where your office was coming for when they said no, and then I'll follow up with the ombudsman to say, because he says yes. So I just.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only other point I would make is just a procedural one. So how we expand the Act is through regulation, right? So that can be done. It doesn't require a legislative amendment. So important for you to know because that does add a little greater degree of flexibility than if we had to propose legislative amendments in order for it to be done.
Okay, that I wasn't aware, so thank you for sharing that, because there may be another opportunity to address this, but not on the same scale that you've pointed out.
Or timing, right? So from the committee's perspective, this is a 5-year review. If you made that recommendation and it wasn't, I mean, if you didn't make that recommendation, it doesn't mean that those things couldn't be continued to be considered as appropriate.
Thank you.
All right, we have 3 minutes left. Is there any other questions? I'd like to thank you very much for presenting, and thank you to my colleagues for the thoughtful questions.
Yeah, thank you. And if there's any follow-up questions at any time, we'd be pleased to respond.
Okay, we will have a recess until 9:50. All right, thank you, committee. We will call the committee back. Next, we will have the BC Public Service Agency presenting to us, so I will pass it over to them for introductions.
Great, thank you. You can all hear me? Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa Thickens, and I am the Assistant Deputy Minister of Leadership, Learning and Culture at the BC Public Service Agency. I am here on behalf of our Deputy Minister, Deb Godfrey, who can't join us this morning, but it is an honor and privilege to join you today on Lekwungen territories. And I'm really excited and grateful to have the opportunity to speak with you all and tell the story of PETA implementation within the BC Public Service. So joining me today, we've got Ken McLean. Ken McLean is the Acting Assistant Deputy Minister of Employee and Labour Relations who oversees PETA operations. So this includes reviews, assessments, and investigations at the PSA, and Ken is in the role of the agency designated officer. I'm also joined by Jill Ingett. Jill is the Senior Director of Corporate Ethics and Respectful Workplace Programs, and Jill and that program oversees our learning, outreach, and reporting under PETA. We'll now move on to the agenda slide. So in terms of how I'm going to spend my time today, I want to expand on some of the information that was shared with the committee in our written submission. I will also take the opportunity to respond to some of the questions that arose during the committee's May meeting along the way. We're going to begin by touching upon our approach to implementation, as it is unique when it comes to whistleblowing legislation. We will discuss our centralized model for reviewing, assessing, and investigating disclosures of serious wrongdoing, and we will offer some observations from our 5 years post-implementation. I'll then close by discussing some of the public service or the BC Public Service plans for PETA communication and awareness building into the future. We'll now move on to slide 3, and this is where we talk about speak up culture and ethical leadership. As noted in our written submission, when the BC Public Service began work on developing the legislation, the team reviewed the experiences and lessons learned from other jurisdictions and researched best practices into disclosures of wrongdoing. We learned that employees want to report issues internally first, be it to their supervisor or within the ministry, but they will report externally if they do not feel their concerns will be acted upon or heard by leadership. Knowing this, it became evident that this was not only an exercise of drafting and implementing the legislation, but it was an opportunity to articulate and shape our ideal organizational culture, a culture that honors and values input from employees and takes their concerns seriously. So we chose to weave PETA into the existing framework of ethical leadership and speak-up culture to strengthen our organizational ethics management, and it continues to be promoted and situated like this today. So really at its core, speak-up culture encourages employees to ask questions and raise concerns when they arise without fear of reprisal or retaliation. We encourage employees to ask questions if something doesn't seem right or to raise issues early on. This means that we can address issues in the moment before they escalate or grow into something that would meet the threshold of serious wrongdoing under the Public Interest Disclosure Act. By creating space for employees to ask questions and raise concerns, we're seeking to build trust and integrity across the BC Public Service, working to develop a more engaged workforce and foster psychological safety and respect within our organization. In order to have a speak-up culture, we recognize that we need to have leaders who engage with employees and encourage them to come forward with questions, concerns, and ideas. And we have woven this core concept of ethical leadership into the fabric of our corporate executive. The BC Public Service leadership expectations identify ethical leadership as a core need and component for senior leaders across the organization. And all members of corporate executive must complete an Ethics for Executives course. This course includes information about PETA, including roles and responsibilities of leaders. There is also a course on ethical leadership available for senior leaders. Those are in bands 4 to 6. And ministry ethics advisors must attend an orientation session within 30 days of appointment. The orientation is comprised of 2 parts. So they learn about ethics and the standards of conduct, and then dive into their role as ministry designated officers under PETA. So through all of this, we encourage our leaders to create space for employees, to model the behavior we expect to see on a daily basis, and to foster a sense of trust by not only encouraging staff to come forward, but demonstrating that we take their contributions seriously and follow through on actions and commitments. We're going to move to the next slide on reporting. So as you are aware, the BC Public Service has a number of legislative avenues for reporting wrongdoing. This can range from minor infractions to significant breaches, and you can see these identified on the slide. Supporting each of these legislative reporting channels, the BC Public Service has developed many different mechanisms for employees to bring forward concerns, and these are supported through numerous regulations and policies. When PETA was being brought forward, we gave careful consideration to how it should be situated given our existing requirements and channels. Based on the optional nature of the Public Interest Disclosure Act and the narrow definition of serious wrongdoing, the organization decided it should be another option of reporting made available to employees. In our web content, learning, and resources for employees, we emphasize the importance of speaking up when something doesn't feel right and work to ensure concerns are directed to the most appropriate place based on what is being brought forward. I know the committee members had some questions for my colleague, the Deputy Minister of Attorney General, about how the Public Service communicates about PETA. So as former BC Public Service employees are able to make disclosures, we have been very open and transparent about providing information about PETA on our internet site. We have pages dedicated to ethics, the standards of conduct, and PETA, all of which are available publicly. Links to these sites were provided as part of our written submission for the committee's reference. As you can see, since 2020, these websites providing information about workplace expectations, BC Public Service ethics, and PETA are accessed thousands of times per year, with our standards of conduct accessed over 20,000 times annually. And the numbers that we're reporting here are for the number of visits to the site or those who interacted or engaged with content on these pages. The individual number of views is higher for each of these pages. So making information available in this way was a conscious decision as part of the development of our Speak Up culture and to foster trust and confidence in the organization and its work. We're now moving on to slide 6, where we talk about learning. So in addition to web content, we also have a robust corporate learning program in the BC Public Service. I understand the committee members were inquiring about training for employees and people leaders and how we address turnover rates at the May meeting. So when PETA was implemented in 2019, staff at the PSA conducted an extensive outreach campaign that reached over 10,000 executive, people leaders or supervisors, and employees. And since that time, our team continues to update courses with references to the standards of conduct and reporting to include information on PETA. And as new courses, resources, and programs are developed now, we look to include information about Speak Up culture, ethics, and PETA. I am going to highlight some of our corporate learning for the committee. The chart you see reflects the number of attendees per year in 4 courses that include detailed information about PETA. In 2020, the PSA launched Ethics for Everyone that explores the accountability and responsibility of all employees in applying the standards of conduct and corporate values in our everyday work. Building an inclusive and respectful workplace was launched in 2021, and it speaks to the importance of following the behavioral expectations that we set out in the standards of conduct and our collective role in building diverse, inclusive, and respectful workplaces. And the PSA developed Supervising in the BC Public Service at the same time, which is aimed at giving supervisors information and resources they need to perform their duties. And in the last year, we have actually required all new supervisors to take the Supervising in the BC Public Service course. And each of these courses has a section dedicated to PETA. And as you can see, thousands of employees have and continue to access these learning opportunities each year. I also want to flag that we offer dedicated and tailored ethics and PETA sessions, and these are delivered by our corporate ethics team in conjunction with our ministry ethics advisors. These sessions provide timely information about the standards of conduct in PETA and include the opportunity for employees to ask questions and seek clarity if they do not understand the provisions or processes. As you can see, these sessions are very popular, and we've presented to thousands of employees since the creation of our program in 2019. Not included on this graph, but equally important, are the annual review of the oath of employment, as well as the standards of conduct and training sessions that are provided to BCPS executive and leadership. So employees who have been with the public service longer than 1 year must review the core documents that outline the terms and conditions of employment. So this annual review includes questions on the oath of employment, standards of conduct, and appropriate use policy. The annual review also includes one question on PETA for all employees. The review includes links to all of the related topics, including PETA, so employees can then bookmark and reference them as needed. So our web content and all of these learning opportunities are available to new and existing staff. For facilitated courses, there are many offerings scheduled each year so that new employees and people leaders are able to attend, and this is what helps us address the gaps that can result from supervisor turnover. We're now going to go to slide 7, and we're going to shift focus from how we communicate into the operational aspects of PETA. So under the Act, each ministry or organization is responsible for appointing a designated officer. The role of the designated officer is to receive, review, and manage the investigation of disclosures and provide advice. Given the size and complexity of the BC Public Service, a conscious decision was made to have one centralized designated officer for all ministries within the public service agency, and to leverage the knowledge and expertise that we have in investigations. So the Assistant Deputy Minister responsible for employee and labour relations within the BC Public Service Agency has been designated as our designated officer for receiving and reviewing disclosures and managing PETA investigations for government ministries. For the purposes of these procedures, the term agency designated officer is used when referencing this role. For clarity, the agency designated officer's duties are delegated then to an investigative team in the Public Service Agency that specializes in disclosures of serious wrongdoing under PETA. This was a conscious decision made by BC Public Service leadership. Under the legislation, each ministry should have its own designated officer and team to review, assess, and investigate disclosures. However, by centralizing the role and functions of the designated officer at the PSA, we're able to leverage the knowledge, skills, and expertise of the employee relations team in assessing disclosures and conducting investigations. It also ensures that employees will have consistent and standardized experiences no matter where they work. And by utilizing central agency staff, they are also one step removed from the ministry operations, which can increase the perception of fairness and objectivity throughout the process. Now we've got some numbers on PETA. So I want to provide a snapshot of the BC Public Service PETA experience by the numbers. The chart on the left shows the number of disclosures per fiscal year, including the number of disclosures received this fiscal year up to October 10th. The bullets on the right provide some additional information that the committee members were inquiring about at the May meeting. As you can see, we've received 41 disclosures overall. Of these disclosures, 5 have been subject to investigation, with no findings of serious wrongdoing. I can also advise that we have received 11 anonymous disclosures since implementation. We've also received a number of disclosures from public sector organizations that are not in scope for BC Public Service or the agency designated officer. When we receive these, we redirect each of the individuals to the appropriate designated officer where possible. I understand the committee members were inquiring about themes or commonalities across disclosures at the last meeting. As you can see, we have a very low volume of PETA disclosures, and this is not surprising given the approach we've taken in framing PETA as one of the many reporting options available to employees. However, due to the low volume, we're unable to identify themes or trends, and we're cautious about disclosing too much information about the disclosures because we do not want the individuals who have come forward to be identified. And this can be particularly concerning in some of the smaller ministries. Now moving on to our reflections on PETA. So within the BC Public Service, the introduction of this type of legislation was certainly new. We benefited from the lessons learned from other jurisdictions across Canada, and we now have our own lessons learned. And these come from the range of firsts: reviewing our first disclosure, responding to early inquiries, and conducting our first investigations. We've had some successes and met some challenges along the way. As an organization, we have adopted a continuous improvement approach, reflecting on and refining internal processes based on each disclosure that we receive. We've also identified some areas for improvement after 5 years post-implementation. One of our learnings is that the intention of the legislation has led to different and mixed results in operations. I acknowledge that the Ombudsperson has published a list of proposed legislative amendments, and we have been giving these proposals careful consideration against our own experience. We will provide our feedback to the Ministry of Attorney General as they own this legislation. As part of our preparation to attend today, the PSA team involved in implementing and operationalizing PETA have been reflecting on our experience. I think there's an opportunity for all designated officers, including the Ombudsperson, to come together to discuss our collective experiences and ensure that we are all applying the legislation in a consistent manner so that any public sector employee who brings forward a disclosure of serious wrongdoing has a similar experience. I think working collaboratively in this way will also allow designated officers to test assessment and investigative procedures and tools to ensure consistent findings across the province. Working in this way will ensure the best outcomes for public sector employees across BC. We're now on slide 10, where we talk about the future. So as I've noted previously, we recognize that there are always going to be opportunities for improvement and to build knowledge and awareness of PETA. The PSA regularly reviews and updates web content to ensure that existing and former employees have access to information about disclosing serious wrongdoing, and we will continue this into the future. The PSA is also looking at the modality and content of our reporting. This year, we published a standalone PETA report outlining the legislated reporting requirements for the BC Public Service and Agency Designated Officer. We will continue to review our reporting with a view to sharing information and increasing transparency for BC Public Service employees. I know that we shared the link to our annual ethics and PETA reports with the committee in our written submission. If you'd like to receive copies of these reports directly, please let us know, and we can share those after today's meeting. Finally, we are continuously reviewing and evaluating our internal and external learning opportunities to promote the BC Public Service Ethics Framework, Speak Up culture, and PETA. Our employee relations team is focused on developing internal capacity and skills to support PETA investigations and continually looking at professional development for staff. Another area identified for future development is a specific dedicated course on PETA for supervisors. This course is in its final stages, and we hope to pilot and launch it in the next year. I am aware of the findings of the Ombudsperson survey of the BC Public Service employees that were published in their report in August. The results highlight that there is still work to be done, and I agree. As I flagged here, there's a lot of work underway to communicate further about reporting options, and we are all developing resources for people leaders that will help them build a diverse, inclusive, and respectful workplace for all employees. However, I do want to note the low response to the survey, and I'm aware that many BC Public Service employees did not respond to the survey as it was not endorsed by our organization. I think there's an opportunity for us to collaborate with the Ombudsperson on a survey in the future to gauge that understanding of the legislation and options for reporting wrongdoing. So that concludes my formal presentation to the committee today. Thank you again for the invitation to present, and we are here and available to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Lawrence.
Two questions, and thank you for coming. My first question is, you mentioned earlier that the volume coming to PETA is low, like there's a low volume of PETA cases, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, so when PETA say it's low volume, is PETA expecting a higher volume or not? You know, so what is low volume to PETA? Is it 100 cases, 500 cases, or in the last 5 years, right? PETA has a history of 5 years, right?
That's right.
It started in 2019.
So when we talk about low volume, one of the things that we would highlight is this volume is low compared to the general volume of complaints that the BC Public Service Agency receives, which is much higher. We've been careful about kind of those specifics, but there's in the hundreds of complaints that are sort of received and responded to, and matters of misconduct and other types of potential wrongdoing. One of the things about the Public Interest Disclosure Act is when it was implemented, there was an expectation that the volume reported internally, recognizing that PETA offers two pathways for an employee to choose to report. One is to report directly to the Office of the Ombudsperson. The other is to report internally, and our structure is set up that the various parties that would receive a disclosure internally would funnel that to our office. So again, the individual has a choice into which path they choose to go down. And oftentimes people are coming forward about a concern that they've had that they may not feel that their supervisor or their management has adequately addressed or taken seriously, or those sorts of things. And so we expected that there was going to be a much higher volume of disclosures reported to the Ombudsperson's office directly, and that has borne out. So again, that's kind of the commentary about the low volume. It's relative to the total number of complaints that we investigate on a regular basis, as well as relative to the volume that we would have expected and has actually been reported to the Office of the Ombudsperson.
So my second question is, PETA focuses only on serious cases, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of interested to know what is the average time for PETA to solve these cases? Is that, is it half a year, 1 year, 2 years? What's the average time?
Well, the volumes vary in the sense that the vast majority of disclosures that are presented, again, because the threshold of PETA is about serious wrongdoing, oftentimes the disclosures that we've received are about sort of matters that don't qualify as serious wrongdoing. And so the general timeframes would be much shorter, and usually in the matter of weeks these days when we get a disclosure and we can quickly determine that it's either not intended to be reported to us because it may be a matter that relates to a school district or another outside broader public sector body, or where the matter clearly doesn't sort of rise to the level of a wrongdoing. When the matters do rise to the level of a wrongdoing, most of the investigations that we've conducted have been under the guise of systemic mismanagement, because the threshold there in the definition of wrongdoing is much lower. Those can take months, and I don't have the exact figure right in front of me, but I would give you a time frame of roughly 6 to 7 to 8 months, depending, because it really depends on the nature of the circumstances. And often, the report is that things are ineffective, leadership's not dealing with things correctly, things may not be budgeted properly. We get significant volumes of materials, and we have to work through all of those things to validate. And oftentimes what we'll find when we engage with the ministry is that we find out that they're actually doing a number of things to address the issue. And so the assessment becomes complicated as you get into it, depending on the nature of the circumstances reported.
Yeah, I realize various cases takes various time, right? And I'll appreciate if you can get back to me. I'm quite interested in the average time it takes for this case.
Happy to.
The average time.
Roslyn.
Just to follow up on Lawrence's question, the slide that you have in your deck there, number 8, does that actually include the numbers that come directly from the Ombudsman's office, or are those just your internal numbers?
Those are just our volume reported.
Those are just your internal numbers?
That's just the internal volume. Yeah, the Ombudsperson's office numbers are much higher and separate from these numbers.
Okay. Just curious, is there a reason that you didn't report those on the slide?
Because they are not our numbers. We defer to the Office of the Ombudsperson for reporting their own volumes to the committee. If that's a fair response.
Yeah. Okay.
Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay, I think what would be really helpful to me is an org chart. There's a lot of acronyms and a lot of discussion about how things interrelated. So let me see if I've captured this correctly. So the ADM is responsible for government BCPS implementation of PETA, and underneath in each ministry there's an ADO, and the ADOs have a team that deals with PETA. Is that correct?
Almost. Very close.
I was so close.
To
Sorry.
clarify, each ministry has a designated ministry officer. Their responsibilities are different than what our responsibilities as the quote-unquote agency designated officer are in the centralized investigative capacity. So one of the things that, in the implementation to this that we thought was really important is that we are one step removed, and there's a lot of benefits to that, being in the PSA and not being in each ministry. But we wanted to make sure that employees in Ministry X felt comfortable that they had somebody that they could go and speak to if they had concerns. And maybe our office was a little bit too distant, and maybe that was scary for somebody given the circumstances they're facing. So each ministry established a designated officer within their ministry that can be responsible for giving advice, offering people sort of information about pathways to disclosure, etc. But as soon as they receive a disclosure, and they are one of the parties alongside a supervisor and a few other designated individuals who can receive a disclosure, they hand that to us. So the distinction is that we in the PSA and Employee Relations have the designation of assessing any disclosures that are submitted internally within the public service, not to the Ombudsperson's office, but those submitted internally. And if an investigation is warranted, then we carry that out.
Okay, so then you as the ADM have the responsibility for
That's right.
supervising any investigatory process that happens after an ADO receives any report. They're just filtering the reports back to you for investigation, which increases consistency.
That's right.
And keeps every ministry from developing their own shop that
That's
has
right.
a different culture.
And one thing that might help with the acronyms is MDO versus ADO. So MDOs are the ones in each ministry, and then central investigative assessing is ADO.
Okay, thank you. So I think also related to Rosalind's question, I think our job is to evaluate how is PETA working globally. Your focus is just how is it working, how are we implementing in our agency?
Absolutely.
I think for us, it is definitely going to be our job to take the numbers from the Ombudsman is receiving from BCPS, put them together with your numbers to get a complete picture of how the Act is functioning for, so I think we would need to do that and then come back if we had further questions.
That's totally fine. I encourage that. And one
Yeah.
thing I would point out is it's not just us in central government anymore. There's over 200,000 employees all across the public sector that are now subject. And each, if somebody's in a school district, they have the same two pathways. They will have a designated officer, and then somebody can also go to the ombudsperson. So the ombudsperson has purview across all,
Yeah.
and then we have purview across our sector. So if you want a complete picture of the numbers, you'd need to almost understand the numbers across the public sector for designated officers writ large, as well as what the ombudsperson's numbers are for the same kind of organizations.
Okay, and that certainly makes the situation more complex for understanding how PETA, the Act is working, and how the system is working for the people who come forward. Whew, okay, because I don't, I'm reviewing in my mind the ombudsperson's report, and I don't remember there being a synthesis of the two pieces anywhere.
Under Section 38, all organizations have to report on their own numbers.
Yes.
So you won't have a synthesization, you won't have, the ombudsperson's numbers are just their own.
Yes.
Anyone who came to them, so you would need to be looking at all of the annual reports for the different organizations covered
Okay.
by the legislation.
Oh, okay, what a gift you have given me this morning. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. That's good. You can never have enough reports, and I am delighted to hear that. Okay, so yeah, I know we all feel exactly the same. If I could just follow up on one of the other pieces in your presentation. So when you were implementing your practice, I saw that you communicated a great deal with the ombudsperson's office because of their expertise and you ensuring that you would be compliant. And so now that you are fully in, right? What is the communication that's still happening between your two offices? How do you work together?
There's two sides to that. There's an operational side to that as it relates to disclosures and things which I can speak to, and then a general engagement probably side of things which I would defer to my colleague Jill to speak to. On the operational side of things, we did spend a great deal of time working together with the team of Ombudsperson's Office staff in the run-up to implementation, which was about getting a feel for the types of wrongdoing and how would we assess those, how would they assess those to ensure a measure of consistency and approach, and just kind of talk about all things implementation. We are the recipient of information requests from the Ombudsperson's Office because oftentimes, when somebody goes to them, it will have already been investigated, perhaps under the standards of conduct or some other forum, and so they will come to us and ask us for information, which we provide. We'll provide investigation reports, we'll provide other information as may be appropriate to aid their assessment or their investigative activities as they request us. So there's various engagements there. There are less frequent needs to be interacting about criteria and how we assess because our assessment frameworks are somewhat established. So a little bit less, but we do have interactions kind of on a periodic basis as needs may arise operationally. Jill, do you want to talk about the engagement side?
Yeah, sure. And so we work with the Ombudsperson's Office on reporting and outreach. And so for the past few years, so the Ombudsperson's Office has established PETA Day, which this year is being held in November. And in the past, we have collaborated closely with their office on the development of materials, agendas, and presentations for PETA Day. And so we work together closely on that. We have also worked together on some of the outreach materials that they were developing that they wanted to share in early days because the BC Public Service was the only organization under implementation for the first year and a bit. And then we continue to meet with them on reporting. All of our reporting requirements need to be coordinated with the Ombudsperson because we need to report out on any investigations that they have conducted within the BC Public Service. Under the legislation, they have to report out on their investigation. But if we know about it, we also have to report out on their numbers of investigations within our organization as well. And so we meet frequently to talk about those numbers. We draft content for our report. We share it back with them to ensure accuracy and integrity, and then we discuss timing and let them know when we will be releasing reports, and then together we share embargoed copies in advance just to make sure that there's no last-minute changes or errors that we need to catch before publication.
Thank you.
I just want to highlight too, we were the first organization to implement PETA for public sector. So within the BC Public Service, we were the first ones to do so, which is why we've got that full 5 years of data and why we were so integrated in sharing our experience with training and development so that as other organizations onboarded, they would benefit from our experience in the early days. So now the scope of employees that is covered by this legislation is much larger than when we first started tackling it in the early days. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're here as well as the first and the largest employer, sort of what we've learned through the full 5 years. There are other organizations where this is newer for them. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I can just follow up on, one more thing for Jill. So you're required to report out on investigations that are conducted by the Ombudsman within your ministry. Where are those numbers?
Yeah, we include all of those in our annual reports.
So they're not in what we've received today. The 41 investigations are separate, and the ones that are.
So in each one of our annual reports, we report out on the work of Ken's team, on the agency designated officer, and then we have a special section towards the end of each annual report where we talk about investigations by the Ombudsperson. Yeah. So they typically provide the numbers, so their numbers should line up with what's in their report, and then if they have had an investigation into serious wrongdoing and they have released any details about that, then we include that. And so that's what we coordinate with the Ombudsperson's Office on, is just making sure the details are accurate and correct.
I just want to add to that actually for the committee's awareness. So the requirement for us, along with any other body that is covered, is to report out on investigations conducted by the Office of the Ombudsperson if we are aware of it. And they often do not make us aware of these things, and that is by design because of the confidentiality requirements requirements that go into the Act. So I would just want to caution the committee that by looking at our reports, it won't give you a true reflection of their numbers. There should be alignment, but the Office of the Ombudsperson's own annual reporting would give you the truest sense of their actual investigative volume and the breakdown for both public service and other covered bodies.
Okay, so I'm going
Thank you.
to go to Lawrence.
Yes. I have a question with regards to the courses you offered to new employees, new workers, right? I used to teach a crane safety course, and this course is good for 2 years, and I have students coming back 2 years later, and I ask them, how much have you remembered from the first course? Most of them have forgotten 80 to 90% of what they have learned before. So my question to you is there a requirement for the workers to come back, once every 2 years or 3 years to retake the course, or to retake a shorter refresher course, I would say? Do you have such a program in place?
So we have built content around the Public Interest Disclosure Act into all of our training. And so it doesn't matter sort of which course they take, they're going to take a hit of it. So if they take supervising in the BC Public Service, they're going to see it there. If they take ethics for everyone, they're going to see it there. Building an inclusive and respectful workplace, they're going to catch it there, so on. So we've built it into all of our corporate learning. We also have very specific training that all employees must take every single year, and that's the annual review of the sort of core documents and obligations and expectations of employment. So the standards of conduct, the oath of employment, and we include content and questions on PETA in the annual review. And it's open book, because we want our employees to understand the terms and conditions that govern their employment. And so we include links to all of the content, including the PETA content we have built online, and then they'll get exposed, they'll get a quick hit of PETA every single year in that annual review, and we encourage them to open the link and kind of peruse the materials at that time.
Yeah, that's good.
And I'll just add to that, the essentials learning that Jill is talking about is required annually. And employees do a little quiz at the end. And so there's validation, and it's an affirmation that annually they understand their accountabilities relating to the standards. And so we're really proud of that, because that is the foundational every year refreshed. And then we've got other courses and learnings that dive in deeper and build on top of that. But we consider that part of the core learning that's required of all public servants, all BC public servants.
That's good.
Thank you. Rosalind?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. First, I'd like to compliment you on your commitment and your dedication to helping employees understand and know the processes of reporting wrongdoing. And the slide that indicates that you've clearly looked at all of those things. So I very much appreciate that. So thank you. That's great work. I do have some process questions. So if somebody decides to submit a PETA complaint internally, and it's investigated through your office, Ken.
Yep.
And you do or don't decide there's significant wrongdoing or make recommendations. If the individual that submitted that complaint is unhappy,
Yep.
are they allowed to then submit it to the PETA office?
To the Ombudsperson's office?
Yes, like through the ombudsman, so they allowed to follow the second process, which you are or may or may not be aware that they are doing that. I was just curious if that.
Yes, they are. There's no prohibition.
Okay, I'm actually glad to hear that.
And
I hope that doesn't happen, but I'm glad that.
Well, it does happen, and
Yeah, okay.
that's fine. And there's lots of things that we may not have investigated under PETA per se. There might have been a standards of conduct investigation that they're dissatisfied with, and it is, it's a difficult business to be in these days. There's a lot of polarization in the world and a lot of challenges in terms of the perspectives of employees. But we definitely see a multitude of situations where, at the end of the day, we have a complainant and respondent who have different viewpoints, and they can't both be right. And so in situations where complainants, their complaints aren't substantiated, they often do look for other avenues and processes to report under, and often do go to the Office of the Ombudsperson.
Well, I wish it wasn't a requirement, but I can understand why it would be. They're an independent office for a reason. They're
Yes.
supposed to be separated from ministries, so,
Absolutely.
okay. And I'm very curious, and this may seem like an odd question, but I need to understand it for the employees' sake. How does reporting through PETA overlap with the BCGEU union and union reps?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So, so PETA itself is not an HR process per se. It's about
Right.
wrongdoing, and there are different types of wrongdoing. Although if you look at the elements of wrongdoing, if somebody is doing one of those things that would constitute a wrongdoing, they would likely also be engaging in misconduct under the standards of conduct. And so my folks in the employee relations team are the ones that investigate any major allegations of misconduct within the public service. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, I apologize, member. Would you mind rephrasing the question?
Well, you might have actually already answered it, so we'll go
Oh, it
back
was
to
the
what you
reps, the reps.
So,
Yeah.
so when
thank
there's an escalation process?
Yes.
So I just want to sort of clarify, so if they come to you?
Yes.
Or if somebody discloses a wrongdoing of any type, if it was behavioral particularly, it would probably go to the union first. So would it follow that process before escalating to a PETA complaint?
So-
Or can they happen?
Yeah, so it is the employee's choice to choose to report something under PETA. Once they have reported something, even internally under PETA, we treat it as a PETA disclosure. Now, that said, because we do both, any investigation that we do, complainant, be they unionized, we encourage them to ensure that they have a union rep supporting them through the process. Same for respondents. Witnesses are offered the same opportunity as well, whether that's a standards of conduct matter or a PETA matter. And obviously we see situations where respondents can be excluded members as well, non-unionized members, so that's a little different. But we have all of the same sort of elements of procedural fairness in terms of union involvement and union members being advised by their union and supported by their union. And so was your question about can they sort of choose to go down both paths at the same time?
Or do they, well, it's not even necessarily a choice, like, does
Yeah.
that actually happen consecutively? And then sort of to follow up with that, if the union got a report of wrongdoing and they chose to do an investigation, and the reason I'm asking this is it came up with the AG today about client privilege
Yes.
with lawyers.
Yes.
So I'm sort of, this is where I'm kind of going with this. If the union does an investigation, they decide yes or no, they make recommendations or not recommendations to address the situation, is that information available to the individuals conducting a PETA investigation?
Yeah.
Or is that union information protected under some kind of information protection clause similar to client?
So to clarify,
Was that, that might
yeah,
not have been?
I think I got you. I think I
Okay.
got you. Let me try to answer it, and if you want to follow up, feel free.
Okay.
So so wherever a unionized member has a complaint of misconduct or anything, that comes into the public service agency.
Correct.
So they will go to their union member, their union rep for support, but the union doesn't conduct their own independent investigations. The union supports the member and advises the member on the complaint processes and avenues available to them, which is typically to raise their concern and complaint with the first level of excluded management in their ministry. And then we have reporting obligations where that manager then comes to the public service agency. And then we both advise the manager on responding to the issue, which may not be investigative. A lot of the things that come forward don't require investigations, but when there are allegations of misconduct, they do. And we have a triage process for major things and non-major things, and so we go through all that. And if it's major, it comes to my team, and we lead those investigations directly, because my specialists and the investigators have that procedural expertise we want to make sure is present for things that are major allegations. And then we are also the very same team that leads the PETA process, so that information is all available to us. And I'm trying to think specifically if there is a disclosure that has come forward forward where we have already conducted an HR investigation, and I don't want to speculate. I can't remember a distinct case where it was both, but certainly that is like there are definitely situations where the individual had already raised things. The employer may have actually taken steps to address the issue, but sometimes because HR matters are confidential, the person who becomes the disclosure may not be aware of all of the steps the supervisor or manager took, and so they end up making a disclosure later. And we definitely do look back on what action may a manager have taken when the matter was first reported.
Okay, so thank you for that, and I was not aware that unions did not do investigations, so that was actually helpful.
And just to be clear, they do some kinds of investigations, like health and safety investigations, but that's very different than the misconduct context we're talking about today.
Okay. And I'm just, and it's going to be a hard question for you to, the answer will come from feedback, not from actual numbers, I suspect. So you said that there is actually a significant difference to the internal PETA investigations and the number of people that go directly to the Ombudsman's office. And the ones at the Ombudsman's office are slightly higher. Do you know why that is? And I'm just guessing it's feedback, not...
Yeah, and we anticipated this with the Act coming into force. You know, we see lots of cases, again, where people are dissatisfied with an outcome, and the expectation was that people would see PETA as an avenue to raise their concern yet again under this frame, and potentially to have the ombudsperson sort of look at it and possibly investigate it. And I think that has borne out. I think there definitely is an erosion of trust as well that seems to have happened over the course of time, which is my own personal viewpoint that I'm comfortable sharing, where you see employees less trusting in their management, wanting more independence in the investigations that are done. And so that lends to the idea that they would be more inclined to go to the ombudsperson's office, you know, just proportionally speaking, as opposed to reporting through internal channels. Again, either because they may have already tried internally and they're dissatisfied, they may not be aware of all the steps taken by management and may feel that as a result, well, what's been done? Nothing must have been done because I don't know about it. Or because they simply don't entirely trust and therefore prefer to go to an independent officer of the legislature.
I will just say that we're at time.
Okay.
But what I can do is I can give 3 more minutes. If you have another question, we can go to 10:40, and then we take our break from 10:40 to 10:50 if you want, member.
Okay.
Your mic's off.
The other piece that I would add to that is the other reason our numbers are low is because we've been promoting a speak up culture. We're encouraging employees to come forward earlier and often. And so while we see low numbers of disclosures under PETA, we've actually seen an increase 20% year over year with our ethics advisors of employees coming forward early and with questions there. So it's not like they're not coming forward, but we're seeing them come forward in a different way and bringing issues to the surface earlier before they become a serious wrongdoing that would something that would meet the threshold under PETA. So they're bringing them forward under the standards of conduct, or they're asking questions that are like something's not right. And so they're bringing those forward. And so while our numbers under PETA are low, because we have taken this intentional, conscious approach to promote a speak up culture, we are seeing employees come forward in lots of different ways, but much earlier than they would perhaps normally. So.
And that matches our investigative volumes as well. We do see our numbers of investigations rise over the course of time, but I think that's true of PETA as well. But just overall, proportionally, our volume is low relative to ombudsperson. But all the things Jill said are true.
Dana, we'll finish with Dana.
I'm good.
I have one last, okay.
You have 2 minutes, member.
You created another question, but we only have 2 minutes, so I'm not going to ask that one. Just to follow up on our conversation, the one question I do have is if they go through the process, everything is determined, and then they choose to then follow to the second process through the Ombudsman's office, is the Ombudsman's office, do they have access to the investigation that was already conducted internally and all the information, recommendations, and outcomes that may or may not have happened from that?
They have access to all information except for solicitor-client privilege information, where we may be getting legal advice on the process or those sorts of things. And I think the Ministry of Attorney General has sort of provided government's comments about kind of our views on the need for the protection of solicitor-client privilege. But generally speaking, it's that information is not handed over. There's a case-by-case decision made as to whether or not to provide it to the Ombudsperson's office. But otherwise, all, investigation reports, notes, recordings, and there's lots of materials and information that we have provided to the Ombudsperson's office over time. And like I said, on top of that, they will also make information requests for us, which can be quite voluminous, and we support those as well. We provide the details that may be sort of, a corollary to an investigation or a surrounding context to an organization, if they had a whole bunch of departures or that kind of thing. So we do provide all of that information.
Okay, one last question in reference to.
Sorry, member, it is 10:40. I would like to thank the committee for putting time aside to answer questions, and we are going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back. I would like to call the committee back in from recess. Next, we will be having Anna Bree Featherware. She is online. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Anna Bree Featherware from the Confederation of University Faculty Associated British Columbia. We will have 10 minutes to speak, followed by 20 minutes for questions and committee members. So I will pass it over to her.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's lovely to see you. My name is Anna Bree Fairweather. I am the Executive Director of the Confederation of University Faculty Associations of BC, or CUFA BC. I'm joining you from the unceded ancestral territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Stalo First Nations from here in my home in Port Moody. We're a provincial organization that works with the unionized faculty associations at BC's research universities, and that includes UBC, Simon Fraser University, University of Victoria, the University of Northern British Columbia, and Royal Roads University. And what we do is we promote the value of post-secondary education and academic freedom, university governance, and the interests of faculty in teaching and research. Thanks for the opportunity to meet with you and to talk about our perspective on this Public Interest Disclosure Act, the Whistleblower Act. It is an important piece of legislation, and there are a lot of moving parts in this legislation. We have a really narrow interest that speaks to the special nature of public universities, and that's what I want to talk to you about today. Universities aren't like other public entities in the province. There's a great deal of autonomy for institutions and for the faculty who teach and conduct research there. And it creates a distinctive legal and academic environment that's shaped by academic norms with rights like academic freedom. That's that freedom to teach and conduct research without state or institutional interference. And collegial governance, and that's the right to participate in the academic governance or management of the institution. Universities are also structured around the role of collective agreements in establishing faculty rights to teaching and research and other work, and these are important contexts for the whistleblower legislation. And then there's the special case of whistleblower disclosures that might involve faculty research and how we can protect confidential research materials. I'll add that this special nature is unique to all universities everywhere and not just in BC, and it's not limited to Canada either. But BC's whistleblower legislation needs to be sensitive to this distinctive environment at public universities to ensure that it doesn't conflict with obligations under federal and provincial legislations around privacy statutes or ethical obligations for faculty, including their teaching and their research. These rights are foundational to the public interest purposes of universities, and they have to be respected and preserved, including in this legislation. A recognition of this legal and academic environment is currently absent from the legislation, and it's problematic for addressing potential whistleblower disclosures. Another source of potential confusion is with respect to this reference to the gross or systemic mismanagement. There is currently no definition of this phrase. It could be interpreted broadly in a way that includes systemic workplace issues stemming from policy breaches or potentially collective agreement breaches. And these have existing mechanisms for resolution found in those collective agreements or in the policies. And so in the event of a disclosure under the Whistleblower Act, it could unnecessarily duplicate process or introduce issues of competing jurisdiction that result in costly and unnecessary court proceedings to untangle the dispute. And this doesn't serve the intent of the whistleblower legislation, nor does it serve the public interest of that legislation or a university. We recommend clearing up the confusion with a specific and narrowed definition and adding language that clearly recognizes the legal and academic distinction of public universities. I want to turn to another significant area of concern for faculty and the faculty unions that represent them, and that's if the whistleblower disclosure involves faculty research, especially when that research involves vulnerable populations or sensitive or controversial subject matter. This isn't a hypothetical situation. This has already happened in Canadian universities, and there is case law in other jurisdictions around this. I also know from personal experience, my graduate supervisor was involved in a complicated case in Alberta that fundamentally altered an important research project. Perhaps the biggest case involves two faculty members from the University of Ottawa who studied what was controversial subject matter on sex workers and men who solicited sex. And there was ultimately an RCMP search warrant to seize confidential research materials involving a criminal case in an investigation, and it wound its way through the Quebec courts. In the end, the warrant was quashed. The ruling formally recognized what's called research participant privilege of a confidential research materials that's based on the concept of journalistic privilege for confidential sources. The judge there held that the confidentiality of research materials was vital for research that improves society's understanding of complex issues. And they made it very clear that the courts will not easily allow police or other outside authorities to access confidential research materials without a compelling demonstrated legal need. And though this case ultimately was about research materials and criminal proceedings, the details of how this research came to be involved in the criminal proceedings is that a former graduate student essentially blew the whistle on this research when it was discovered that one of the research participants was later involved in a criminal action. The current BC whistleblower legislation lacks detailed protocols for protecting research data during investigations. And it doesn't even recognize the university's role of the Research Ethics Board or setting guidelines for evidence handling. Without these safeguards in place, faculty and researchers may fear reporting internal problems if their data or participants could be exposed, and it could discourage vital research in sensitive and important subject matters, even if they're controversial. We recommend developing explicit guidelines when disclosures involve academic research. The institutional research ethics boards must be involved in shaping responses to disclosures that involve potential research breaches. We have to clarify those legal safeguards and ensure training for those investigators. They must be trained to understand the complex risks of research when it involves vulnerable populations. Finally, there are many processes involved in research, some of which is governed from within the institution through the research ethics boards or university research offices. There are external obligations for federal research grants, which are called the Canadian Tri-Council funding agencies, and they too have strict regulation over research. And then there's the external oversight, academic disciplines that have self-governance through professional colleges, like the colleges of physicians and surgeons or pharmacists, engineers and geoscientists, counseling, teachers, nurses, many. Professionals in these disciplines are often involved in university research and teaching, and they would have additional avenues of recourse in the event of whistleblower disclosures. All this is to emphasize really that the whistleblower processes in this legislation must align with federal and provincial ethics requirements and privacy statutes, other oversight bodies, and they must adhere to protecting confidential research materials because preserving that research confidentiality is essential for the ethical and impactful academic work. It isn't a barrier to whistleblowing protection, but without those robust confidentiality assurances, the important research couldn't happen, participants wouldn't come forward, academics might avoid studying some of those important issues facing our communities, and research ethics boards couldn't approve research on sensitive subjects if there were no guarantee that it would be kept confidential by the courts or another third party, like an investigator under this legislation. So with this context, the whistleblower legislation is strong. It's a good start. It can achieve its purpose of also protecting the public good while safeguarding the university's unique responsibilities and academic research and the integrity of that. I might leave that here. I think that's all I had to say to impress upon you these really important, very narrow focus. I'm happy to answer questions, and you also have our written submission previously submitted. Thank you.
Rosalind?
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us today. That was a very robust amount of information to absorb in a very short period of time. I did want to ask a couple of clarifying questions. I understand your point around the research piece. I really do. I'm curious, though, if there's a compromise that can be made in there that the committee can consider looking at. In the specific example that you gave, where you were talking about vulnerable people and the research around prostitution, individuals that seek those services, etc. And it was determined that an individual that was named in that research had actually or was involved in criminal activity. Is there a compromise in that if that type of information is discovered, that particular information outside of the remainder of the research could be given to an investigating body, whether it be the RCMP, whether it be, a federal agency, whoever happens to be doing that. As educators and particularly as faculty, you are in positions of leadership. I personally feel that there's a judicial responsibility there, that if somebody has broken the law, that possibly that individual should be excluded from the research, but that's not my decision. That's left with the body of the university or the person conducting the research. But as an institution, there should be some type of responsibility there, that if that has been acknowledged and that it is problematic, that maybe that single piece within the research material could actually be pulled out or excluded from. So anyway, I'm just...
Yeah. Can I finish this, or just get you to finish that question though, of like excluded from what? From the research publications, or from excluded from protections under this legislation, or?
I don't know, honestly, I don't know, I don't have enough background information on everything that you just presented to me and the complexities of that.
Yeah.
But
I
do have a struggle with the example that you gave when there is a breaking of Canadian law, and when there is an investigation around that, and the fact that we can't, or a investigating body cannot use information that would help with that I'm actually struggling with, and because, like I said, faculty, that is a position of leadership. These are governing bodies. Our universities are important to uphold certain standards in across society. So I'm wondering if there is a compromise that can be made there.
Yeah, and I think that part of it would be, I can provide the reference to that legal case, because there's complicated parts to it, but really the research was framed around doing research over here in a time and place, looking at a particular subject matter and assuring the confidentiality of participants to be able to disclose freely the very sensitive nature of the topic, which was around soliciting sex from trade workers. But the other part was that years later, an individual was found to have been involved in a criminal activity, and they wanted to go back to that research and explore what was potentially disclosed in that research. And that's where the courts came in and said these were different purposes, different actions, and the person hadn't done anything illegal during that research itself or disclosed any illegal activity, but it was protected from being disclosed to the RCMP in that case. I think because the criminal nature involved in that this makes it a different scale issue. From what we're saying, that the research participant confidentiality has been created as a precedent, and that this body, this legislation, should defer to the confidentiality protocols that were approved by those research ethics boards, that were approved at a time and place. And the researchers, you're right, they would have obligations on them for disclosure of illegal criminal activity if that was disclosed in the course of that research. There's other obligations on them to stop that research. So they wouldn't be harboring or holding private information that would be relevant to a criminal activity if it was disclosed at the time of the research.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah.
You just clarified that. That wasn't made clear when you explained the case the first time, but the fact that you say they do have an obligation if they are given information that crosses over criminal activity. And then the second question I wanted to ask you, can you help me understand the difference between sensitive and vulnerable peoples and sensitive and vulnerable information? So, for example, I have heard recently about a case where research was looking at data around blood samples. And the blood samples that were used, the individuals who the blood samples came from were not made aware that that was being used in conducting research. So I would be curious if there is, from the faculty's perspective, if there is a difference between those two things, and if that information should also be, considered in how and what's shared and who should be protected.
Yeah, those are good questions. And those are very closely knit topics to pull apart here. I don't necessarily have an off-the-hand definition of these, but I think that I can sort of pull these apart a little bit in disambiguating them. That when we talk about sensitive or vulnerable populations or people, they are members of a recognized vulnerable position. We can talk about members of equity deserving communities, but we can also talk about...
That one I wasn't, that one I wasn't actually
Okay,
concerned
great.
about.
And
That
then
one's,
when
that
we're
one's pretty
looking-
clear
yeah.
for the majority of us in the
Clear,
room
thank
here.
you.
We
But
speak about that a
When we're talking about
lot.
the sensitive information, I mean, it depends on the subject matter of the research itself, that something could be sensitive information. I mean, we can use that example, or use my graduate experience, did experimental psychology, and I worked with in sex research, and we looked at populations that would report about sexual violence and aggression, for instance. And the information that's reported would be sensitive information, and I would say controversial, and that taken out of context could be very upsetting in a public forum to talk about or to get into the nuance of, but those were the nature of the research that I did. And so you have sensitive information that's a part of that could be revealed, that isn't really about a vulnerable population in this case, but is certainly what I would categorize as sensitive, and then subject to strict confidentiality in order to be able to get meaningful, honest answers that help us understand how to protect people or how to better understand the behavior that happens, right? I don't know if that helps understand it for you a little bit.
I honestly, I still have some concerns, but we have the ability as a committee to ask people to come back. So maybe I'll better draft or I'll come up with a better question that may actually be more specific and easier for you to answer. So yeah, I apologize for that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Jennifer. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I think first, can I start? Have you consulted with the Ombudsman's office about the practice and implementation of investigation and discussed any of these concerns?
No, thank you. I have not.
Because I think some of these are not necessarily legislative concerns, they're more implementation concerns. And I think that would be probably helpful to understand, especially when it comes to the intersection of confidentiality and protection of information within the scope of the legislation and the execution of their duties. That I think might be very helpful. Also, you are quite correct in that this is a very specific set of circumstances under which there is not a huge volume of complaint or process. And so certainly the Ombudsman brings back also recommendations to this committee and adjusts their practice according to feedback. They send out a report every year, so it might be really helpful to communicate with them because they are the best expert of how this legislation and the framework around it actually hits the road when investigations happen. And the circumstances we're talking about here are very specific, and I think it would be helpful to all of us to have that to bring the two expertises together. Reading through some of the recommendation, I think that there may be situations in which instead of the legislation bending to the ethics committee, the ethics committee may need to encompass the legislation in their practice. So that might also be a great conversation to have with the Ombudsman as you go forward. But I think what I really appreciate Emily Bird's question and the clarification that you made. The highest and best duty, no matter what field of study, what action we're undertaking, is the duty to report. Is to keep people safe, and so sometimes duty to report must come above all other considerations. My experience with education is in the K-12 system, where the vulnerability and the primacy of the safety of students is absolutely the highest concern. And so certainly that has to overwhelm every other piece of consideration. So can I just ask, when we are looking at mechanisms for anonymousness, there you go. Sorry.
Anonymity, yeah.
Yeah, now I've infected all of us. I'm so sorry. What safeguarding of participant confidentiality and compliance with ethical obligation? So, one, I mean, I think there's two pieces about participant participation in research. Is that free and informed consent must be freely given and ongoing, right? So what are you looking for in terms of changes in the legislation to, like, can you be very specific with me about what changes you're looking for under that mechanism? Like, what are you looking for in a mechanism?
Under the anonymity.
The safeguarding of participant confidentiality and compliance, that part there. What are you specifically looking for in that?
A clear recognition of that there's, in the legislation, there is some clause that is about with respecting the confidentiality or working with it's something about, and you're right, I think that there's some elements here that would come into that operationalizing side and implementation, which might come through that ombuds role.
Right.
And I think the legislation, being the top-down point, must have some recognition that there is a deference or an acknowledgement of that confidentiality part that could come into it in this narrow specific focus on public institutions, public research.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Not just in the implementation, but in like a thumbprint in the legislation to hook back to that directs that and provides guidance.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think because, of course, the legislation covers, like, now I think 320,000 employees in 200 plus organizations, and it's very difficult to be extremely prescriptive within legislation because you have to be a little bit broader by nature of the shifting sands of investigations, right? So the broadness of definitions allows flexibility for the different types of confidentiality, like a non-disclosure agreement, an employee-employee contractual relationship. There's doctor-patient confidentiality, lawyer-client. So the more prescriptive you get, the more challenging it is to really enact an investigation that's meant to protect people. But thank you. I appreciate that, right? Like that you're really trying to protect two pieces, right? One is academic freedom and the integrity of the research, as well as any possible vulnerability of the people who have participated and trusted you with data. Yeah.
Yeah, and one thing that I might just add here is that I understand that the legislation is trying to be broad to encompass all of those organizations and groups. I have made a case, and I think there is real substance to it, that makes public post-secondary institutions a sort of different beast within this system, that perhaps there is a line pull-out that can be specific about addressing public institutions that are post-secondary institutions.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think I'll say your presentation is good enough that I'm going to have to go away and think about it for longer, and we may need to follow up with questions afterwards. Thank you.
Please do. And I can give more thought if I have those questions. And for some of these ones that we've touched on today, I'll give more thought to them as well. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions for the current?
Could I maybe touch on one more thing from Jennifer on something she mentioned about the duty to report and the primacy of upholding vulnerable populations, to say that academics aren't entering this research without those parameters in place, and research ethics boards and tri-council funding agencies at the federal level aren't permitting research to be done that hasn't anticipated absolutely every part that goes into what could come out in the research that they would have to be responding to, including duty to report if something is disclosed, but also anticipating these kinds of questions and issues that might arise in the course of conducting research. So these aren't taken lightly either from the academic side.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we will let Lawrence will be our last question, so I will let Lawrence go ahead.
Hello, Anna Bree. My question has to do with the legal and ethical obligations of research. Have you ever come across a whistleblower who comes forward and complains about an institution trying to protect a fake research work in order to preserve the institution's image? Or are you aware of a case like this?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, help me unpack that a bit, because there's going to be a lot, a lot in here. A great question, and these are very real challenges within the allegations of falsified research, which is has again recourse through the bodies that oversee that research, including the within disciplines themselves. But a whistleblower coming forward over allegations that research has been falsified by another person, and then the university trying to prevent that information from going public, is that because of PR, public image concerns, as opposed to upholding the academic rigor? Is that
more to do with the institution approving a fake research work, maybe in order to safeguard its image or preserve its image,
Yeah, I am not aware of that. What I am aware of is when there are allegations and perhaps findings of falsified research, that the institutions are often very strongly supportive of making sure that the information is publicly disclosed to be either fraudulent, or they have dealt with the academic staff person who has been accused of that. And the disciplines themselves within academic journals, these transcend institutional boundaries, provincial boundaries, and even national boundaries, that the academic research that gets published gets dealt with throughout the discipline-specific areas. But I know of no institution that would bury that, although they might not make a public disclosure about it. I can't speak to how the administrations might deal with that, but they certainly are dealing with that on the inside, and the faculty unions that we represent are working with the faculty members to make sure that there's due process within all of those investigations. Yeah. There is a genuine commitment to the pursuit of truth and the honest academic pursuit of truth.
Yeah, I think you have answered my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Nora.
Thank you.
Okay, committee, I would like to thank Eval for your presentation. Next, I make a motion that we move in camera. Or I would ask for a motion that we can move in camera. So ordered. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes. Thank you, everyone, and I would like to now. Our next presentation will be from Alex Aravid. We're good, okay. You will have 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we will leave 20 minutes for questions of the committee. Before we proceed, I just remind everyone I want to advise you that the committee can't comment on specific details of situations, but always appreciate submissions as it's considered to improve the act within our province. So I will hand it over to you, Alex.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Chair Tarlin Rochford, Vice Chair Roslyn Bird, and members of the special committee, thank you for your time and for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Alex Aravind. Came to the University of Northern British Columbia 25 years ago. I'm here to share a story that exposes Public Interest Disclosure Act that has fundamentally failed. What I will tell you demonstrates that PIDA is not just broken, it is actively working against the public interest it was designed to protect. And I am speaking from my experience of it. In January 2021, I did exactly what PIDA is supposed to encourage and protect. As a tenured full professor, a graduate program chair, and a UNBC senator, I reported serious systemic wrongdoing at the UNBC, such as awarding of graduate degrees without requirements being met, falsification of documents submitted to another BC university, and a high level of institutional cover-up. I was not an anonymous person who reported these wrongdoings. I'm an internationally recognized researcher in my field. In 2017, I was invited among one of the 3 reputed leaders in the field in Canada to review graduate program at another Canadian university in Alberta. In 2020, I received a Research Excellence Award at the UNBC. In 2021, just after I reported the wrongdoings to the Office of Ombudsperson, UNBC nominated me for 3M National Award, Teaching Fellowship. Yet, instead of protection, I faced immediate, severe retaliation. Within weeks, I was suspended. My UNBC email and the campus accesses were cut off within an hour before I even received the suspension letter. A letter that was shown to be based on fabricated evidence. Interestingly, the letter was first sent to the same email, and before I just clicked, I could not see the letter because it is blocked. So, I was instructed not to contact directly or indirectly any UNBC students, faculty and staff. I had active 7 graduate students in the middle of their thesis. And they somehow found out my contact information because I have always contacted through UNBC emails, and through my other contacts somehow they found, and they contacted me through Zoom, and somewhere could not be able to talk. They were even crying that like something happened to me. And they were outraged. All are local students, and they know Canadian law. What is this happening to you? And it happened in the middle of COVID, and that continues to this day. Before coming here, I went to University of Victoria. I met faculty members. I was able to roam around anywhere in the campus. I can go to UBC. I have all my colleagues, and I can access anywhere. But I am not allowed to enter UNBC campus. For no reason, I could not still understand. My email access has been blocked. I should thank the previous presenter. She has given a pretty good summary of academic institutions. I have my email address from my PhD institutions. It's all research, and that is not institutional property. And before me, no other faculty member's email has been ever blocked. And emails are the basic communication mechanism that you have to defend even like. And so still my email has not been closed. I have not taken a single book from my lab the biggest lab in the university. I have not taken even single paper from my office. I just left, and I have not touched anything at all. I was thrown into this professional limbo in the middle of COVID that continues to this day. UNBC falsely announced my status as unplanned leave. There is a process to apply for any leaves. Collective agreement is clear on that, and they falsely advertised my position to all the people. I cannot prove I am employed because my income was blocked. I cannot prove I am unemployed because I have a valid tenured full professor position that is permanent. And there is no document, credible document, legal document that proves that that original document is invalid. This is PIDA, the first critical failure. It offers no binding protection from the retaliation. But the story gets worse, revealing how PIDA actually emboldens those who commit the wrongdoings. Avoiding fraudulent degrees are not a simple matter. It's a serious matter, and as a graduate program chair, and I have full evidence. Before I went to the ombudsperson, this serious academic matter was brought to UNBC Senate by other concerned senator, actually initiated and supported by full support by the Faculty Association. And the Senate was moving systematically to address that, and at that time, the president has to leave. And the process has been derailed, and group of students, they have submitted a petition about their concerns, and that has been not addressed at all in the Senate. My 2020 named 10 individual senior administrators and others, and in that, 8 have abnormally stepped down from their positions, and 2 remaining were promoted. And the person is accused to have fabricated a document and submitted to the ombudsperson's office. And recently I submitted a document, I attached that, just telling directly that how those documents were fabricated, and telling that, oh, no degree was awarded properly. So let me perfectly be clear. The person who personally submitted the fabricated evidence to the ombudsperson is the person who is kind of, part of the wrongdoings as well. This is deeply concerning development with the potential consequences. I, as a whistleblower, telling the truth, remain in professional exile. This is shocking outcome. It's made possible to the BC Ombudsperson's office, which accepted the fabricated documents from the person accused. This highlights the PIDA score failure. There is no oversight on Ombudsperson. Their decisions are final and no appeal or judicial review. Any law should have ultimate judicial review. The law presumes institutional credibility over individual truth, and it ultimately normalizes misconduct by making the retaliation almost cost-free and even rewarding. Education is the foundation of everything. It shapes our future generation. It's the root of the progress of our society, and we owe to our generations. An effective PIDA can and must stop corruption at the root, because that produces doctors, lawyers, and everybody else. The consequence of its failure, in my case, are devastating. At least 6 admitted graduate students, that's not an easy thing, refused to join UNBC. There was a lot of effort to plead them, please come. They said, no. They citing the reason for my situation like. And there some of the students, they left the university and their even credentials compromised for not their reason, their fault. The integrity of every degree from UNBC is now in question, damaging the reputation of BC entire post-secondary system. If the news goes that one of the BC universities giving degrees without fulfilling the requirements, that is questions the entire BC educational system.
Alex,
Yes.
sorry, I'm not going to apologize to interrupt you. Technically, you're at time, but I know you're going to speak. There's part of it. Could you go to your ask of us now, just because I know it's in there, and I want to make sure you get your opportunity on the record for it.
Could it?
Oh, my apologies, Alex. So technically, your time is up.
Okay.
However, since I'm the chair, and I hope the committee agrees, I'm going to give you a little leeway, because I do have what your speech is in front of me, and I know within it near the bottom, there is your ask of us, what you want us to do, and your recommendations. So do you mind moving to what your recommendations are for us?
Quickly. So I believe the committee has the power to stop this. And the recommendation in our submissions are urgent necessities born from my experience. I'm willing to volunteer my time giving more information on that. We need automatic stay on the return is done. If somebody serious wrongdoing is done, I asked for the Ombudsperson's office, can you just help me to just release the emailer so that I can access the information, my own personal emails? And they said, we can't do that. So that's really shocking. We need law to truly protect the students and employees truth to power, not powerful who abuse the system. BIDA must be more than a symbolic piece of legislation. It must be genuine seal to truth tellers, not the sword sellers. Okay. And so
Great.
I'm happy to answer any questions so.
Great, thank you very much. I actually have one or two, but I'm happy to go last, so I will open up to the committee first. So I will move to Jennifer Blatherwick first for her questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Irvin. So I just want to repeat back to make sure I understand, is that you want there to be within legislation binding protection for people who are whistleblowers so that no retaliation can happen to them while the investigation is ongoing.
Yeah.
You want an oversight mechanism for the ombudsman. And then some form of appeal or review for ombudsman's decisions if the recipient does not agree. Is that correct?
Yeah, it didn't work in my case. The PIDA is very clear on reprisals and retaliation should not happen. But it happened. So the implementers of that. I don't know why that has not been enforced. And also in my case, it's still going on. It's more than 4 years. And I was sitting here and I heard that 6 months to 8 months. And I submitted January 31st to 2021 and still on review after 4 years. So if this delay kind of things happens, then there is no point of having PIDA. And and also in the post-secondary institutions, the students should be allowed to to expose the wrongdoings. It's not just the employees, so the definitions can be broadened. And I think I listed in my submissions some of the things, and I am willing to provide more details through emails. Yeah.
Lawrence, did you have a question?
First, it is a comment, but later on, I may have a question. My comment is that it is kind of sad that Alex or Dr. Arvind brought his case to PIDA 4 years ago, right? And the case is still ongoing, with PIDA. So that's a long time, and your case is kind of exceptionally long for PIDA to to solve, and it's still not solved yet. So I also would like to know why PETA is taking so long, to look into your case, and your case is still not going. I mean, it's black and white here. Your case is a genuine case, of course, for sure. And so my question for PETA is, why is your case taking so long and still not resolved yet? I think.
Yeah.
But so it may not be a question for you, but maybe it's a form of comment. So maybe my question to you is, like, is there something very specific, that we as a committee can help you? You may have several recommendations here, but which one you feel is more urgent to you?
I am in catch-22 situation. So there are two pieces here. The wrongdoings has to be addressed, the fraudulent degrees have been given. So the PETA, the purpose of the PETA is to kind of expose wrongdoing, and the wrongdoers has to be protected. Both have failed here. So is it I set specific recommendations like include the students and all those things.
Okay.
But what kind of things that would make the PETA effective and work? If it works, I should go tomorrow and start teaching my things.
All right. That actually answers part of ours. So just for your knowledge as well, we will be meeting with the ombudsperson, and one of the questions you asked, Lauren, I actually made note of. So I'll make sure as a committee we bring it back to the ombudsperson about the questioning around turnaround times, your average wait in the process. So just for you, first of all, I would just like to say I appreciate you coming. Anytime someone shares their experience and a solution focus and bring that forward, I personally appreciate it. One of the things that I want to question on why, so you said once you put it in, that you struggled to get your documentation because your emails and all your personal things were frozen, right?
Situation everybody is directing me to go to other things, and also they changed 3 investigators over this period, and none of the investigator contacted me. How will they even come investigate if they don't contact me and ask for evidence? For the university sensitive place. So I did not provide the student information, identity. I was very careful because I wanted to go systematically. So I was expecting that person will approach me, ask the information. Alex, you alleged this. Where is the evidence? None of them has asked for the evidence. And they arbitrarily pick something. So the whole thing looks to me that I'm a senator and I sit in Senate committees and I know how to do things. So that's not working. So I am kind of confused. Yeah.
I will say one of the things I've appreciated about your presentation as well, and I know this isn't a question, more of a comment, is what it has done for me. Alex has actually given me 5 questions I now have, because we do have the ombudsperson coming to question. And I think if nothing else, I appreciate you coming to give us that to the committee. So we're flagging those to ask those questions for our deliberation on this. Because the other one you flagged, you said the group of students, did they or did they not, or sorry, could they or could they not submit concerns to PETA? I wasn't clear on that.
There is a group of students also filed the complaint and they started investigation, and without responding to the students they dropped. Their students do not know what happened to their complaints.
Okay, thank you very much. That clarifies that question for me. Does anyone else have any questions for Alex? Any further questions? I say, okay, Jennifer.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Reading your submission, I understood that your complaint through the Ombudsman's office was finished. Is it?
No,
it is still ongoing.
Asked for review. Yeah.
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 It's
still ongoing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much for presenting. I will say, I don't know if the committee agrees, it was actually good to have you actually ask someone from post-secondary here for the ombudsperson. I think the order of this will actually go very well. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much. It's a complex case, without kind of getting into details, it's very hard to explain the actual case, but I tried my best, and I hope we make the PIDA more effective. And
Great, thank you very much. Yeah. All right, so I will, do I have? Okay, we will be on lunch. So this committee will be on lunch and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. from the Interior Health Authority, from Gareth Palmer, General Counsel and Chief Privacy Officer for Interior Health. You will have 10 minutes for your presentation and then 20 minutes for questions, so I will hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Kayla. My name is Gaurav Parmar. I am General Counsel and Chief Privacy Officer for Interior Health, and I am also the appointed designated officer for the Health Authority. We thank you for the opportunity to attend today and present to the special committee to review the Public Interest Disclosure Act. We have identified, the request came in for us to identify issues that we may have with the Public Interest Disclosure Act and the process of employees seeking advice and reporting wrongdoing and making disclosures of misconduct. We identified 3 different areas that we thought could be improved. The first was duplication of processes and missed opportunities for collaboration. The second was in the tone and assumption in the approach of the legislation and of the Ombudsperson's office. And the third was with respect to length of investigations. So with the first point, duplication of process and missed opportunities for collaboration, we felt that a PETA submission could be made concerning an issue that we are already aware of and that is currently being addressed through other internal processes at IH. And there's a separation between the PETA investigative process and our existing quality assurance systems that could lead to delaying the resolution to a disclosure. The concern of the disclosure may well already have been identified by us and may already be under investigation by other internal processes. For example, our current processes already ensure the safeguarding of an individual who reports concerns through 1, an internal safe reporting system where anyone, employees and public, can submit their concerns anonymously. 2, a system through the Patient Care Quality Office where anyone can submit concerns regarding care of a patient and their identity is confidential. Or 3, a process where anyone can submit concerns about a community care facility or licensing officer and their identity remains confidential as well. So the issue is that there needs to be a way to ensure that the concern submitted through PETA is not one that is already being investigated by another internal department. And there's vast resources that are being expended. And if we could coordinate in some way, that would be great. We're unsure how to accomplish this as the Act is currently written and interpreted. And that would be something that we're highlighting to you that needs to be looked at and resolved. The second point I'll turn to is the tone and assumption and approaches. What I mean by that is that there's an underlying tone and presumption of wrongdoing within the PETA resources and materials and in the communication with the PETA investigators. This is the feedback that we've received from employees within our organization that have been approached by the Ombudsperson's office, whether that's to act as a witness or to provide materials for investigation. The feeling is that the tone is that there's, you've committed something wrong and it puts people on edge. And it's not really a learning approach. The approach encourages a negative atmosphere. It does not foster a learning environment, nor does it align with the principles of a just culture. If the goal is to promote transparency and continuous improvement, the investigative process must shift toward being inquisitive rather than accusatory. Our third comment was with respect to length of investigations. Extended timelines of these investigations can pose a burden on all of our resources and our personnel. Lengthy reviews not only prolong uncertainty for individuals involved, but they also delay system-level improvements. We would encourage timely investigations are essential to maintaining trust and driving meaningful change. We do that within the organization, but it's really when we're referring things or waiting for the ombudsperson that we have some complaint. So those are the 3 topics that we identified internally in response to the request from the special committee. And thank you for allowing me to speak to those and bring those to your attention.
Okay, thank you. I will now open up for questions. Jennifer Blatherwick.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and also for being very clear about what it is that you were searching for, and what changes you would like to be made. Can I ask, have you communicated with the Office of the Ombudsman about any of these requests?
No, these requests are made in response to the special committee's request for feedback.
Sorry. Perhaps maybe let me rephrase. These are obviously issues that have been ongoing for quite some time. Have you previously attempted to communicate with the Ombudsman to resolve these issues outside of legislation?
We've communicated our concerns, but not in a formal manner.
Thank you. And can I also ask, because am I understanding correctly, you're the ADO for your organization?
I'm the designated officer
Yeah.
for our organization.
So you're conducting parallel PETA investigations sometimes with the Ombudsman?
That's potentially the case.
Yeah.
You know, we may not be aware that we're you know, if a complainant has made that complaint through our internal process and has also made a separate complaint to the ombudsperson, we wouldn't know that. And so, yes, there could be a duplication of process.
Right.
But there's also a further duplication within our organization in that, you know, we may already be aware of the complaint or what the issue is, and that process is being investigated by some other branch within the organization. And so there's all of these investigations going on at the same time, which is rather inefficient.
Though perhaps maybe I can give my understanding, and then you can reflect on it from your experience. So from your perspective, you are investigating a specific complaint from an employee, and you do offer them protection, like the whistleblower protection that is afforded under the PETA. But when the Ombudsman is conducting a separate investigation, there's also the element of they can do a systemic review, right? So they are doing an individual investigation based on an individual person's complaint, but the responsibility of their office is also to draw themes from their investigations and create systemic recommendation. And so the shift of the investigation, the focus of the investigation is, you know, I think, like what I'm hearing from you is that you are testing individual cases against the system while the Ombudsman is testing the system overall. And so I feel like there's a distinction, and in certain cases, it would be detrimental to the investigation to share information with the health authority or with the PETA contained within the health authority.
So our main complaint with the first point is an internal complaint. The duplication is internal within the health authority. So it could be the complaint has come to my office as a designated officer, and because of the PETA and the duty to keep things confidential, there are other internal investigations going on because the same complainant has gone through the safe reporting system, or the issue has been identified by the patient care quality office, or there's a community care facility where the issue has come about, right? And so there's all of these different investigations going on, but within a large organization like ours, and I would think that that would happen in many other organizations that are similar to ours as well, where because of that confidentiality, the departments don't know what each other is doing. So it's rather inefficient.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lawrence?
Hello. My question has to do with the length of investigation by PETA. So for the last 5 years, since PETA started in 2019, do you know what was the average time that you are seeing from PETA's investigation? And do you have like an acceptable time frame that you're expecting from PETA?
So I've been in my role only for the last 2 years. So I cannot go back to 2019 and speak from personal experience on that. But PETA has also only been applicable to the health authority since 2023. So, right, so we may not have enough time yet to measure that. But in our experience dealing with waiting for the ombudsperson, we could be waiting months and months to receive an answer, which delays everything internally and causes concern.
So in your mind, like, what you think is an acceptable time frame from you, from the ombudsman's office, or from PETA? You must have an acceptable time frame, right?
You would think that most issues could be resolved within a year, within 6 months, right? But I think you need to look at each individual circumstance issue. The issue, what is the issue? What is the root issue of the complaint? And how deep does it go? So depending on each one, I think that would change the time frame. But, if we had more communication from their office as to what was going on along the way, would really help. But, we get ours done, for example, in a month or two on general. General is our time frame or our expected internally. And, we would hope that the ombudsperson could do it in a fairly fast time as well.
I also have another question with regards to the duplication of the investigation process. You talk about duplication of the investigation process. Like how many cases have you seen in the last 2 years? How many cases of duplication process that you have seen in the last 2 years?
That's the part that we don't know because of the confidentiality. So we can't go and find that out internally, right? Like because we can't disclose that. It's only after the fact that you might hear something, right? That this department has investigated this issue or done that issue, and we're like reflecting on it. We're like, well, it would be nice to have that information at that time, right? Because it's all confidential, so I don't have that. I don't have an exact number for you.
Awesome.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm curious, you're indicating that this is internal challenges with interior health. Are there other health authorities that have expressed the same concerns?
I haven't canvassed this with the other health authorities, but I would expect that they would have a similar situation and similar process.
Okay, not knowing enough about, quite frankly, how health authorities are administered, are there common practices that are shared amongst the 5 health authorities?
Yeah, there would be health authorities would have a similar system, right? They would have a designated officer for each of them. They would have a safe reporting system for each of them. There probably would be a patient care quality office, and they would also have the community care facilities that I'm talking about. So I expect that, they would have all of these avenues to investigate or deal with complaints. One health authority may have a little different way of titling it or referring to it than another, but they should be pretty similar.
Okay, and when you say you're the designated officer, does that mean that any complaint that is similar to, well, whether it's the PETA process internally or if it's somebody makes a complaint to the PETA division through the Ombudsman's office, if it's internal, do all of those come to you?
No.
Okay,
As a designated officer, I welcome issues of concern or complaints with respect to wrongdoing that fall under the PETA legislation. We take those all very seriously and we investigate all of them. But because of the confidential nature of those complaints, that complainant could be going to other places as well without my knowledge.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to better understand the process for interior health. One of the reasons I'm asking the question is we had a fairly robust presentation from the PSA this morning. And they actually have a individual that is designated to take all PETA complaints, and look at those. So that's why I was asking, when you said you were the designated
Yes, so
officer in,
yes, if it's a PETA complaint, it comes through my office.
okay, so that's why I'm confused. So if it was with, a patient process, I can't remember what you called that,
Care quality office.
yes, the patient quality care office, or if it was about an institution, a care institution. That's why I'm a bit confused, because I would have assumed that all of those would come to you and you would see a replica if you were sort of the umbrella person that was collecting all of those complaints.
Made that under the PETA legislation. May not have called themselves a whistleblower under the PETA. Right, they may have come to the patient care quality office and made a concern about the care of a patient, and those complaints can go elsewhere if they aren't identified. Right, like if they're not identified as coming through PETA, they're not going to come through us.
Okay, so maybe I'm very confused here. I don't know. But the whistleblower legislation is pretty specific, and how you submit a complaint in regards to that legislation is fairly specific. So if you're talking about somebody complaining to a patient quality control office, whose purpose is to address issues in regards to that particular area of concern, that is quite different than submitting a formal PETA submission.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm a bit confused when you're saying that there's a duplication of processes, because you are saying that those things may be.
It could be the same issue that we're considering, that's being considered by all of these different offices at the same time. Just the manner of the complaint is different.
Can I give an example and you tell me if we're all in the same realm? So this is the chair, Darlene Rochford. So I'll use myself. So if I go and put a complaint in with PETA about a patient quality care issue, but I can also have the avenue of putting a complaint in through patient quality care, your two systems don't communicate, even though it's the same complaint, but put through different processes. And neither will communicate the outcome to either one of those together to say both have been solved.
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the confidential nature of it.
Okay. Thank you. Jennifer?
Or did you, Dana, first?
Yeah, I'm just,
Dana?
so what does that mean? I mean, if you have two different investigations, you have two different outcomes potentially, like that, I could see that being a problem. Then is one overruled by the other, or how does that work?
So they're basically, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, they're different complaint process with different outcomes. They don't cross, therefore nothing has to do with the other for an outcome potentially.
That's correct.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions?
I think it's very challenging. What I was going to ask is, so there's certainly some possible legislative remedy for this. Do you see any possible remedy within the regulation of the health authority themselves that could solve the problem by going in the other direction?
I think we need direction under the legislation, right? Because if it's confidential, one hand can't talk to the other. And that's the root of the problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have no further.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to our next presenters then. Lastly, we will hear from the Office of the Omnibus Person. Omnibus Person. Hello, gentlemen. I will hand it over to you and I will let you introduce yourselves for the purpose of this section of our committee.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair, Deputy Chair, members of the committee. I'm joined here today by Deputy Ombudsperson David Paradiso and Stuart Cavers, the Director of Public Interest Disclosure. Thank you for inviting us back again to speak to you as you pursue your mandate in conducting this 5-year review of the Public Interest Disclosure Act. Before we begin, I'd just like to acknowledge that with respect, our office is located on the same traditional territories as this building, the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people, and we acknowledge with great respect their stewardship of these lands, and that our work of our office extends across the province and Indigenous communities. In making that acknowledgement, I want to reaffirm my personal commitment to doing what we can in our office to make our service more welcoming and accessible and effective for Indigenous British Columbians and all British Columbians, but including Indigenous public employees who have rights under this Act. You heard from us in May about our role under PETA and how we supported its implementation across the province, and today I'll just briefly recap what 5 years of daily administration have taught us, what's working, and where friction remains. And I wish to present targeted evidence-based refinements to make PETA clearer, more effective, faster, and more consistent for employees and the public. Overall, PETA is doing what the legislature intended. It gives current and former public sector employees a safe, lawful route to raise serious concerns, and it has produced real results. And this 5-year review is the checkpoint in the statute that is built in so that the legislature can fine-tune the Act to practice. Our experience with the Act to date suggests that some improvements can be made, and as a result, we're proposing some precise, and so I apologize for sometimes for the detail of the precision of some of those amendments, but we're proposing some precise experience-tested adjustments to make speaking up safer, resolution faster, and outcomes stronger. So just to start very briefly, who we are and why our advantage matters, and so a bit of a refresher on our role from May. As you know, I'm the Ombudsperson. I'm an independent officer of the legislature, and under PETA, my office carries out 4 roles. First, we provide advice to current and former employees who are considering speaking up, so that's pre-disclosure. Second, we investigate disclosures of serious or systemic wrongdoing. Third, we investigate complaints of reprisal. Those are reprisal under the Act. And fourth, we support public bodies to manage disclosures fairly and lawfully, including guidance for designated officers. And with that work in mind, we submitted 4 reports to support your statutory review. So they are, and I trust you have Read them and they're in your materials. Special report number 2, supporting implementation and providing guidance. And so that report explains how we supported public bodies to implement PETA throughout the Act's 7 phase of rollout. Special report number 3, awareness and trust, which is survey evidence on what public sector employees know and feel about PETA. Special report number 4, operational review, which is 5 years of learnings on how the Act actually works in practice and what the numbers show about use. And special report number 5, proposed amendments, which is our targeted suggested amendments to the Act based on those 5 years of experience. So today I intend to walk the committee through each of these reports, ending with the targeted amendments we're proposing to improve the function of the Act. So let's begin with special report number 2, supporting implementation and providing guidance. As you heard in May, our office was tasked with providing implementation support across the province as each public organization came under PETA, 7 phases from 2019 through 2024. We designed sector-specific support. Coverage now spans 197 public bodies and about 325,000 current public sector employees and countless former employees. We tailored rollouts by sector, working with chief executives, employer associations and leadership groups, so practice was consistent from day one, and with unions and employee organizations, so they were aware of the Act for their members and their role under it. We produced an 80-page designated officer toolkit, chief executive checklists, and model procedures, supervisor guidance and confidentiality tips, employee FAQs, and 3 free e-learning courses, Speaking Up Safely, Supervisor Responsibilities, and Designated Officer Fundamentals. These resources are included in Appendix B of that report, starting on page 29, so you can find that in your materials. In the digital version of this report, you'll also find links to additional resources on our website. Each year, we convene PETA Day, bringing employers, academics, and whistleblowers together to share lessons and strengthen culture. This year's PETA Day is coming up on November 20th, and if you turn to Appendix A on page 17 of this report, you'll see full agendas from the previous 6 PETA Days, and I'm aware that a couple of members of this committee are attending this year's event, and of course all of you are invited, and the committee clerk can provide you with the details. On top of PETA Day and the training resources we've created, we also field day-to-day, how do we do this right kinds of questions from designated officers and others in public bodies. In all this implementation support, we emphasize not just the letter of the law, but also the spirit. This matters because culture is as important as anything the statute says. PETA is one of the ways we live the fundamentals of public service, integrity, honesty, and accountability. It's not about blame, it's about giving people a safe, fair, and confidential way to help their organization do better. Our job in supporting these 197 organizations has been to back that culture with practical tools and clear standards. So I'll now turn to special report number 3, awareness and trust. This report looks at 2 fundamentals for an effective whistleblowing framework. Awareness, do public sector employees know about PETA and how to use it? And trust, do they believe it's confidential and safe enough to use? The core purpose of PETA is to ensure employees feel safe coming forward with concerns about wrongdoing in their workplace. Chief executives are responsible for informing staff about PETA, its provisions and how to use it, including how to make a disclosure. To understand how well this is working, we gathered qualitative insights from chief executives across covered bodies and commissioned a survey of provincial government ministry employees. Starting briefly with the chief executive insights, you find at page 3 to 7 of that report, we're seeing a mix of approaches. Most chief executives point staff to our online courses and resources. Others add in-house presentations, and many post policies on intranets or public sites. A blended model seems to work best. Our materials provide the core framework, and local training explains the specific procedures within each body. 2 gaps stand out. First, outreach to former employees is rare, even though former staff can disclose wrongdoing and that they witnessed during their employment. And 2, only about half of public bodies under the Act have clear PETA information on their public websites. Making information easy to find for current and former staff not only builds trust, but also ensures public bodies and their chief executives are meeting their obligations under the Act. Turning to the employee survey, pages 8 to 13, only about 4 in 10 ministry employees say they're familiar with PETA. That means the majority of ministry employees are not aware they have a safe, protected way to disclose wrongdoing. Among those familiar, intended reporting paths are fairly evenly split. 33% would go to a designated officer, 29% to a supervisor, and 28% to our office. Among those less familiar, 43% would go to their supervisor first. That confirms a practical reality. Supervisors and designated officers remain pivotal and must be prepared to give basic advice, protect identities, and route or manage disclosures correctly. Familiarity also isn't uniform. It increases with age, tenure, and seniority. So younger, newer, and union-represented staff are priority audiences for targeted training and reminders. Employees also told us they want to learn online training first, how they want to learn. Online training first, then intranet content. That gives chief executives a clear roadmap for rollout. Trust is the bigger issue. 55% of ministry employees told us fear of retaliation would discourage them from reporting any wrongdoing. 47% doubt anything would change, and 41% don't trust the Act's confidentiality. When fear and doubt dominate, the highest risk problems may stay hidden longer, costing more to fix and eroding public confidence. This is consistent with experience in other jurisdictions. For example, research commissioned several years ago by the Federal Public Sector Integrity Commissioner, who is our counterpart federally, also found that fear of retaliation was a significant barrier to disclosing wrongdoing. Encouragingly, the survey we commissioned indicates trust rises with familiarity with the Act. The more employees understand PETA, the more confident they are that their identities will be protected, that their employer will handle matters professionally, and that the law offers real protection. The takeaways, pretty straightforward: make information visible where employees already look, online training and the internet, and equip supervisors and designated officers so that the first contact inside a public body is safe, confidential, and correctly rooted. Turning now to the next report, Special Report Number 4, Operational Review, which speaks to our main role under the Act as an external impartial investigator. So let me start with what the numbers tell us, and then I'll move to what we've learned. I heard this morning about questions of the number of internal disclosures, and you will see we compiled those numbers for you at Special Report Number 4, Operational Review, page 26. So if you go to page 26 of Report Number 4, you should see those internal numbers. However, just a caution on those numbers, because we compiled those from the public bodies that have issued Section 38 public reports. As you can see from the page prior, page 25, compliance by public bodies to report has deteriorated in percentage terms. In the most recent year, it was 42%. So our ability to report at page 26 is limited by the level of compliance by those public bodies that annually report. Since PETA came into force, our office has received 235 requests for advice, 382 disclosures, and 38 complaints of reprisal. We opened 44 disclosure investigations. Of the 14 concluded so far, just over half produced recommendations, and one resulted in a formal finding of wrongdoing. Those proportions mirror Canadian experience. For example, Alberta saw 191 disclosures and 4 findings of wrongdoing over its first 5 years. The difference between disclosures and relatively few formal findings is a feature of the statute's high threshold. It's not a gap in substance. Many matters won't meet it and shouldn't, but they surface real risks that we can fix through recommendations. And that's an efficient use of public money for an oversight body to be empowered, as we are, to make recommendations when we find things that need to be addressed, even where they do not meet the definition of wrongdoing under the Act. You can see that remedial value in the casework, some of which we've included in Part 3 of this report, pages 27 to 46. And I'll give you a couple of examples. In one file, a disclosure raised concerns that large culverts under provincial roads weren't consistently assessed by an engineer for hydraulic capacity and fish passage. We found the legal requirement to involve an engineer was not met at one of the locations. The big picture risk was straightforward: flooding, infrastructure failure, and potential harm to fish habitat. This did not meet PETA's wrongdoing threshold, but it did reveal a real safety and environmental risk. We recommended, 1, engaging an external engineer on the specific site, and 2, tightening practice so culverts 2 meters and larger are always designed or assessed by an engineer. The ministry accepted those recommendations. Nothing collapsed, no community flooded, fish habitat was protected, and the fixed cost was far less than a failure would have entailed. In another file, a disclosure highlighted gaps in supervisors' ability to monitor and control how commercial vehicle safety enforcement officers use patrol vehicles outside authorized parameters, especially when officers work alone or undertake mobile enforcement. We did not find formal wrongdoing, but we did find the vehicle was used in ways that didn't align with
with official procedures. We recommended the ministry track and monitor off-duty fleet use so supervisors know who is using vehicles when and for what purpose. That included instituting new technology, and these were practical controls that improve safety and accountability. Over the past 5 years, the majority of disclosures like these have been unearthed through the external route to our office, with roughly 86% of recorded disclosures coming to us rather than being made internally. That shows the task is twin-tracked. Keep the independent external route, so keep that route strong, and raise the quality of the internal route so employees who disclose can be confident of the response regardless of the path they choose. That brings us to what lessons we've learned about PETA, its effectiveness, and the experience of those interacting with it. So I'm going to ask David and Stuart to speak to those issues. First, Stuart will address a number of issues, then he'll turn it over to David. Stuart.
All right, thanks very much, Jay. So, lessons we've learned. PETA does not yet cover all public sector organizations. PETA now covers ministries, offices of the legislature, crown corporations, health authorities, schools, post-secondary institutions, tribunals, and most agencies, boards, and commissions. But many public bodies remain outside its scope, and there's no plan on the record to bring them in. We hear from employees within these public bodies regularly. In fact, more than 1 in 5 disclosures to our office relate to public bodies that are not covered by PETA. Often those same public bodies are within our jurisdiction under the Ombudsperson Act for administrative fairness, just not under PETA for workplace wrongdoing. That mismatch leaves serious issues unaddressed and the people reporting them unprotected. The next lesson, that current disclosure limits often exclude those with inside knowledge. PETA is designed to encourage people with first-hand knowledge of serious wrongdoing to come forward safely without fear of reprisal. Today, however, the Act limits who can make a protected disclosure to current and former employees. We regularly hear from contractors and volunteers working inside public bodies who want to report serious concerns. They often sit beside employees, perform similar functions, and hold confidential information because of the work they do. Yet, because they are not employees under the Act, they're not eligible for PETA's protections.
One moment. Is this a new report, or are you relying on the previous report you sent us?
This would, what Stuart's speaking to right now is contained in operational report number 3. Sorry, operational report number 4. Sorry,
Yeah.
Wrong number.
Of the submissions.
But is it, we submitted 4 reports, correct, at the end of August? Or sorry, at the end of July? You have 4 reports?
I think we have 5.
We submitted special report number 2, special report number 3, special report number 4, special report number 5. You should have, there's four reports. Okay.
If there's confusion about the numbering, I think it's because those reports need to follow from the first report we issued.
But there's one, they only have one.
No, you can carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I was just speaking to who's able to make disclosures. And these contractors and volunteers, because they're not considered employees under the Act, they're not eligible for PETA's protections, yet their contractual confidentiality obligations prevent them from disclosing information. That exclusion undermines PETA's purpose. As it stands now, the Act implicitly assumes only employees hold confidential knowledge about a public body's operations. But in practice, mixed teams deliver public services, and risk is shared across those teams. This is especially relevant now. Modern public work sector workforces rely heavily on contractors, agency staff, shared service arrangements, and volunteers embedded into these day-to-day operations. They should not be denied a safe, lawful route to report serious wrongdoing simply because of their employment status. We've also learned that the good faith test is being heavily emphasized by some public bodies, risking a chilling effect for employees. Under the Act today, protection hinges on a disclosure acting in good faith. We understand the intent. No one wants PETA used to prosecute personal grudges. But in practice, this requirement turns attention onto the messenger instead of the message. We see employees who genuinely believe something serious is wrong. We see those employees hesitate because they're worried their motives will be dissected, or that being mistaken when speaking up could be treated as bad faith, when in fact they were simply operating with imperfect information and may be wrong. Some public bodies reinforce that chill by warning prominently about the consequences of bad faith disclosures in their training and policy. That framing discourages employees from using the very law designed to protect them. We've learned that fear of reprisal discourages disclosure and participation. Under PETA, people who disclose, seek advice, act as witnesses, or otherwise participate in an investigation are protected from reprisal. Despite that, many employees tell us they're worried about retaliation in their workplaces, which mirrors the survey results that Jay spoke about a moment ago. Some disclosures have waited until late in their careers or even until after leaving the public body before coming forward in order to reduce their risk of reprisal. Others intended to report wrongdoing, but then changed their minds when they learned PETA can't prevent reprisal in advance. It can only respond after reprisal occurs. Witnesses and former employees share similar concerns, especially when their evidence could identify them, is critical of the public body, or where senior staff are implicated. In several cases, key witnesses have been extremely hesitant to participate for these reasons. When that happens, we weigh the value of their evidence against the potential harm to the individual before deciding whether to legally compel them to participate. The conclusion is clear. Fear of reprisal is widespread. The most effective solution is to build a culture where speaking up is valued and to dismantle the negative narrative that too often surrounds whistleblowing. We've also experienced that workplace dynamics are a common type of disclosure. Most disclosures we receive involve workplace dynamics. About 31% of those received relate to bullying, harassment, discrimination, or cultural safety. That reflects what people experience day to day, and for some, PETA's reprisal protections make raising these concerns possible. Not every workplace issue is in scope. We can't investigate matters that primarily concern a person's own employment. Those are better handled through internal or employment processes. But when issues point beyond one person to toxic culture, discriminatory practices, or serious harassment involving senior leaders or multiple staff, they can fall within PETA. Employees bring these concerns to us when they believe public service is being undermined or other channels aren't suited to systemic problems. It's worth noting that sometimes the public body has already acted but hasn't communicated that to the discloser. A reminder that even limited confirmation from the public body about what steps they've taken will help. It'll help to build trust, and it can avoid unnecessary investigations. Overall, about 16% of workplace dynamic disclosures met the wrongdoing threshold for investigation. This will likely remain a primary reason employees come forward under PETA. Now I will turn it over to David.
Thank you, Stuart. Amongst our findings, what we've found is that some internal disclosures are misrouted and not addressed under PETA. PETA gives current and former public sector employees a choice to report wrongdoing internally to a designated officer or directly to our office, with reprisal protections in both ways. That choice must be respected. Too often, it isn't. We've seen internal disclosures diverted into standards of conduct or general complaint processes without first assessing them under PETA. In many cases, the employee meant to use PETA but didn't specifically say the words PETA or whistleblowing. That should never be a barrier. Unless it is clearly outside the Act, the public body should proactively confirm the employee's intent and proceed under PETA if appropriate. Because where a route applied to the disclosure is left murky, the potential for misunderstandings abound. The employee thinks they made a PETA disclosure, but the organizations think they are pursuing an ethics issue. Chief executives set the tone. They must have clear processes and ensure supervisors and designated officers understand and meet their legislative duties. This is where more frequent and meaningful training will play a key role. Misrouting also has a transparency cost. Misrouted files don't appear in public bodies' annual PETA reports, which, in effect, underrepresent and underreport the activity. There's challenges ensuring the investigations remain confidential. Under PETA, my office is required to conduct investigations in private. Confidentiality protects the integrity of the work and limits workplace disruption, including speculation about who raised the concern or who might be implicated. To uphold that, we scale our approach to the seriousness of the allegation, limit how many people we contact, especially early on, seek records from sources with less connection where we can, and ask all involved not to discuss the investigation. We also give clear instructions to the chief executives that senior leaders must not speculate about or discuss a discloser's identity. These measures help us secure records and cooperation, reduce the risks of witnesses aligning their stories, and protect both disclosures and witnesses from unwanted attention. Just as importantly, they prevent broader speculation that could unfairly harm people alleged to have committed wrongdoing. Despite this, we have seen public bodies share our confidential information requests with individuals who are the subject of the investigation, which undermines fairness and puts the process at risk. We have also seen senior managers openly speculate about who the disclosure might be, question motives, or directly ask staff if they are the source. When information about a PETA investigation circulates, accurate or not, it damages workplace culture, individual reputations, and the investigation itself. Speculation sends the message that it's not safe to raise concerns. That chills reporting runs counter to the intent of PETA and can lead to harmful treatment that amounts to reprisal. There's also no oversight mechanisms for concerns about hiring competitions. We have received 20 disclosures about hiring and promotions, including allegations of favoritism. Only 2 met PETA's wrongdoing threshold, but the volume shows staffing fairness is a real concern. When issues fall outside PETA, employees often have no clear route to accountability. The Merit Commissioner already oversees merit-based hiring in ministries and some public bodies, but the mandate is narrow, covering only bargaining unit appointments. This means there is no independent oversight for non-bargaining unit competitions aside from random retrospective audits. A practical fix is to authorize the Merit Commissioner to review additional staffing actions and amend PETA so we can refer staffing-related disclosures to the Merit Commissioner. The Merit Commissioner is best placed to assess merit practices and to monitor follow-through on concerns we surface, an approach we first highlighted in our 2024 report, Higher Power. We've also been finding lack of access to legal advice limits the efficiency and effectiveness of investigations. One friction we see is access to the full record when a public body says it relied on legal advice. Under PETA, solicitor-client privilege material can be withheld, and in every instance where we have requested that advice in a PETA investigation, the request has been refused by the public body. That leaves us without the key context for why decisions were made. The consequence is predictable. Investigations take longer and use more resources. We have to involve more people to reconstruct what happened, raising confidentiality risks. And our findings can be less certain than they should be, especially in alleged reprisal files where legal advice almost always informs staffing decisions. A regime that is meant to be confidential, fair, and proportionate and timely cannot consistently deliver on those aims if the oversight body is blind to the rationale that decision makers say they relied on. We know there is a safe, proven solution because we already use it elsewhere. Since 1991, under the Ombudsperson Act, we have operated under a protocol with the Attorney General to obtain access to legal advice when doing an investigation under the Ombudsperson Act. Under that practice, ministries provide legal opinions to our office for the limited purpose of an investigation. Privilege is not waived. That arrangement has supported our investigations under the Ombudsperson Act for decades. It improves speed and focus, and it leads to clearer conclusions, without compromising the fundamental importance of the solicitor-client privilege. Back to Ombudsperson Jay.
Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, David. So now I'm going to turn to Special Report Number 5, Proposed Amendments. And this report outlines the 38 amendments that we are proposing that you consider. And I won't cover all 38. We're probably relieved to hear, but we're happy to take questions about any of them. Instead, the amendments that I'll address during my remarks focus on three key gaps, some of which we discussed through our learnings. First, the Act does not cover everyone it needs to, creating accountability blind spots. Second, the provisions governing investigations aren't always consistent, clear, or efficient. And third, investigations sometimes lack the legislative tools and follow through to efficiently and effectively come to completion and implementation. So let's look at that first theme. Let me start, that's equal access to a protected route. So let me start where a disclosure journey begins. Who can safely speak up and where PETA applies? So if you've got special report number 5, our amendments, you can see page 5, amendment 1.1, expand who can disclose. Our proposal is targeted and narrow, and that is to amend the Act so that non-employees who perform work or provide services on behalf of a public body and who are under a contractual, common law, or statutory obligation of confidentiality can make a protected disclosure under PETA. This does not open PETA up to the general public to be making disclosures. It simply gives true insiders who are already bound by confidentiality obligations, like contractors or volunteers, a lawful, confidential path to speak up. At page 6, Amendment 1.2, aligning organizational coverage. Similarly, thousands of public sector employees are not protected under PETA because the public bodies they work for are not covered by the Act. We propose aligning PETA's coverage with the Ombudsperson Act to close that gap. This means expanding to include, for example, local governments and professional regulators. We've already identified the list of public bodies we recommended be added, and they're set out in Appendix B of that report, starting at page 44. I'm aware that Assistant Deputy Minister Craven this morning had slides saying that applying PETA to local governments may be seen as politicizing the whistleblowing system. And I have no idea what this means. But if the suggestion is in any way that my office is politically motivated, I reject that assertion completely. Officers of the legislature are independent specifically so that we are not involved in politics. Any applying of a public sector oversight lens to local government has precedent. The same freedom of information and privacy law that applies to the province already applies to local governments, as does the Ombudsperson Act. And as for national precedents, Assistant Deputy Minister Craven gave information that differs from what we believe to be the case. In Quebec, the same whistleblowing law that applies to the provincial government also applies to local governments. A different investigator, yes, but the same law. And in Manitoba, the Attorney General's ministry said that PETA applied to one municipality. In fact, the correct number set out in Manitoba Regulations 64/2007 as amended is 12, including the 2 biggest cities in that province, Winnipeg and Brandon. I want to turn now to the question of expanding coverage of PETA to administrative staff of the Legislative Assembly. You find that at Amendment 1.4 and 5.3.5 at pages 8 and 27. I apologize, it shows up in 2 places. So in February 2019, following allegations of misconduct against senior officials of the Legislative Assembly, my office called for PETA to be applied to the administrative staff of the Assembly. And the Government House Leader publicly committed to implementing this change. That, however, has yet to happen. In the interim, the Assembly through LAMC has adopted an internal safe reporting policy, and that's welcome. But it's not a substitute for PETA and does not include its statutory protections, nor the opportunity for a truly independent investigation. Our proposal is straightforward: extend PETA to the Legislative Assembly's administrative staff so they have the same protected route as over 300,000 other public sector employees. We also recommended the Act be amended to allow for a bespoke process for such disclosures so that one officer is not investigating another, nor is one of the officers investigating the legislature. And the Act would accomplish that under our proposal by authorizing our office to refer these particular matters to a judge or retired judge appointed by the Associate Chief Justice, and with that appointee exercising the Ombudsperson's power under PETA. In my view, this is a tight, fit-for-purpose model that gives staff of the Legislative Assembly critical disclosure rights, preserves trust and outcomes, and aligns the legislature's own administration with the standards that they have applied across the rest of the public sector. Theme 2, safe, fair, and consistent handling. I'll now turn from who can report to how disclosures are handled. Clarity, fairness, timeliness, and support. So Amendment 4.2, which you can find at page 14, is to replace good faith with reasonable belief. As Stuart mentioned earlier, PETA only protects people who have made a disclosure in good faith. We have seen this test of good faith overly emphasized in public body PETA training materials. We've also heard from employees that it was a deterrent to their disclosure. This test has the potential to be used to deny disclosures based on the disclosure's perceived motivation and to punish disclosures for being mistaken in their allegations of wrongdoing. We're proposing the Act replace the disclosure's good faith requirement with a reasonable belief standard. Did the person reasonably believe that the information could show wrongdoing? This aligns with international best practice that focuses on the quality of the information and the disclosure's honest or reasonable belief, not their motivation. It keeps the spotlight where it belongs, on the allegation and the evidence. Next, at page 17, Amendment 5.1.1 and codifying a dual duty, fairness and confidentiality. PETA's promise is simple. If you come forward with serious concerns in the public interest, the investigation will be thorough and confidential and your identity will be protected. Some alleged wrongdoers, however, argue that procedural fairness entitles them to full document disclosure, witness transcripts, and the names of anyone who provided evidence. And in some cases, the opportunity to cross-examine those witnesses. And recent case law in Alberta has lent weight to parts of that view. However, if that approach took hold here, it would put the Act's core protections at risk. Employees are already wary. As mentioned earlier, 55% of employees said fear of retaliation would discourage them from disclosing, and 41% said they don't trust PETA's confidentiality. When people believe their identities could be revealed, they either stay silent or come forward late, exactly what the Act is meant to prevent. Our amendment makes the balance explicit. Ensure that everyone who receives, reviews, or investigates a disclosure must do so in a way that's procedurally fair to alleged wrongdoers, while also taking all reasonable steps to maintain the confidentiality of the disclosure and other witnesses, including when a matter goes to court on judicial review. If we don't make this change, two consequences are possible. First, trust will erode. Employees who might otherwise report will hear your name could be handed over, and many will choose not to disclose. And second, litigation pressure will increase. Alleged wrongdoers and affected parties may test the boundaries of disclosure in court, driving delay and cost while identities are argued over instead of allegations being resolved. The net effect would be slower investigations, greater risk of reprisal, and less public confidence. Turning now at page 12 to Amendment 3.3, which we've described as a proportionate pause to avoid duplication. So sometimes after we open a PETA investigation, we discover there's already another process underway, like an arbitration or an internal review, that's addressing the same issues. And under the Act today, we can postpone or suspend only if our investigation might compromise that other process. That's a narrow exception. It doesn't cover the equally common situation where two processes would simply run in parallel, duplicating effort, widening the circle of people involved, and delaying resolution without actually improving outcomes. Our proposal is a practical, proportionate fix. Give us clear discretion to pause a PETA investigation where another competent process appears capable of resolving the same issues, even if our work wouldn't strictly compromise it. We already have the authority under the regulation to decline to start an investigation in those circumstances if we're aware. This would give us the same authority to simply wait until the other investigation is over, then resume our investigation or not, depending on the outcome of the other proceeding. We would notify the discloser, the alleged wrongdoer, and the chief executive that we're postponing, keep the file open, and actively monitor the other process. And if that other process resolves concerns appropriately, we would conclude ours. If not, or if new information were to emerge, we could resume our investigation. This outcome would help deliver faster and clearer outcomes, fewer unnecessary interviews and document requests, and a tighter confidentiality circle. And the system would spend less resources to get to the same answer. The third theme I just want to talk about are clear tools for conclusive investigations and follow through. Finally, even with the right people covered and safe processes, investigations need the right tools and legislature level follow through to finish well. So at page 18, if I can direct your attention to Amendment 5.1.2, this relates to a limited non-waiver access to privileged information. As the Deputy Ombudsperson outlined, our office currently has no right of access to solicitor-client privileged information held by public bodies that we're investigating under PETA. This significantly impacts our ability to make findings about wrongdoing or particularly reprisal. Our proposal is to mirror the model we've followed for decades under the Ombudsperson Act, require public bodies to provide solicitor-client privileged material to the Ombudsperson for the limited purpose of a PETA investigation, paired with a provision that provides that providing that information does not constitute a waiver of that privilege. This respects privilege and confines access to the oversight function. The impact is practical and balanced, files move faster, findings are better grounded for everyone involved, including alleged wrongdoers who deserve a conclusive and as prompt an answer as possible. We have no interest in triggering waiver of privilege. Statutorily stating that providing us with privileged information does not result in a waiver of privilege addresses the main concern of public bodies. Confidentiality is protected because we do not have to widen the circle to infer the contents of advice or find out that information in ways that does not touch on privilege. And public confidence increases because investigations can reach clearer, timely, and trusted outcomes. If I can direct your attention to page 37, Amendment 7, structured legislative follow-through. Right now, when we complete a public report under Section 40, it is simply tabled in the legislature by the Speaker. No further legislator attention to these matters is mandated by the Act. In the volume of material legislators receive every single sessional day, significant integrity findings and system lessons can be lost in the shuffle. These reports are meant to do more than record what happened. They are intended to drive learning and prevention across the public sector. Without a built-in moment for legislators to consider them together, ask questions, and track responses, momentum fades and opportunities to prevent repeat harms are missed. Our proposal is straightforward and follows an established precedent. Provide that all Ombudsperson reports made under Section 40 of PETA are automatically referred to a legislative committee, just as reports from the Auditor General and the representative for children and youth already are. Automatic referral does not predetermine an outcome, it simply guarantees structured consideration, an agenda slot, a discussion, and a record of follow-up, so lessons translate into practice. This change would give legislators a clear line of sight on emerging integrity risks. Accountability would be enhanced, public bodies would get timely, practical feedback from legislators, and the system would learn faster. This would be a practical, low-cost innovation and improves accountability and transparency by making better use of information that's of work that's already being done. So in closing, Chair, Deputy Chair, members, this 5-year review exists for a reason. The legislature built a checkpoint into PETA so you could test the law against real life and tune it where experience shows friction. That stewardship matters because oversight isn't always welcomed in the moment. Your role is to keep the system credible and ensure people with inside knowledge have a protected, trustworthy route to raise serious concerns in the public interest. What we're putting before you today is not an overhaul. It's a practical set of evidence-based refinements drawn from 5 years of experience. Who can report, which bodies are covered, what happens at that first point of contact, and what investigators need to reach clear, trusted conclusions. The result's a statute that works more efficiently, that matches how public work is delivered today, and that public sector employees feel safe using. Your review comes at exactly the right moment. We've built PETA carefully, and the real-world use now shows exactly where targeted renovation would help. The architecture is sound, but we need to tighten the bolts. The 38 amendments before you are incremental and grounded in experience, and these changes keep faith with the purpose of PETA, to make it safe for those working in the public sector who see wrongdoing in their workplace to speak up. Your consideration and hopefully endorsement of these recommendations will advance the public interest. I am aware of some questions that arose this morning, and I'm happy if the committee is interested in pursuing those as we take questions. And with that, I'll stop and you can do so.
Thank you. I'm actually going to take a stab. So you were in the room when we had the speaker from one of our health authorities here. And I
for part of it.
You were here for part of it, and I saw you shaking your head. So as someone who worked in a health authority previously, I'm going to give you a hypothetical just to help me answer some questions. So, because when you heard two systems, I saw you shaking your head. So if an Island Health employee puts in a complaint through patient quality care, right? And let's just say they're a nurse, just for fun.
I'm sure there's also...
And just say they're a nurse to make it extra fun. So they've got an overseeing body, plus now something's going through patient quality care. But say it should also be put through the Public Interest Disclosure Act, and say it's not. Do they have any obligation as a health authority to complain or put a concern into you? Is one. Now, that question aside, because I think it'll help you answer both. If I'm that nurse, we'll say, and I put that complaint in, and I'm doing both processes, do you not communicate currently? So I hear one of your recommendations saying that if we should really freeze one process while one's going in. So is that not currently the process then?
So, first question, you asked, are they under an obligation? Nobody is under a statutory obligation to make a disclosure under PETA. It's a right of employees who are covered, but nobody is under any obligation. Now, they might be under obligations. They might have reporting obligations elsewhere, right, in their employment arrangements or even statutorily. So that can exist. But in terms of a PETA disclosure, nobody is under an obligation to make a PETA disclosure. It's simply a right public employees and covered organizations have. Secondly, with respect to other proceedings, what we have in the Act is an ability to defer or not or decline to investigate where we are aware of another proceeding that we are of the view that seems appropriate to the circumstances. However, one of our other amendments that I didn't touch on, but is one of the 38, but was touched on by the Ministry of the Attorney General this morning, relates to our ability to collect information before we start an investigation. And the Ministry of the Attorney General expressed concern about that, but the very reason for that is that until we start an investigation, we're confined to public information. Now, we do ask disclosures. We ask them on, you can go look at our online form. We ask potential disclosures, where else have they raised this information, and our disclosure analysts, who are the point of first contact in our office with disclosures, our disclosure analysts always ask them that question. What else have you done? Who else is pursuing this, et cetera. So the person, if we get accurate information from them, we may learn of another proceeding that exists, if it's something that they personally have pursued. But sometimes they haven't, because remember, public interest disclosures are not about their own employment. It's they're statutorily barred. We're barred rather from investigating people who make disclosures about their own employment. That's not a PETA kind of disclosure. And so in that context, they may be commenting about something that happened elsewhere in, I think your example was Island Health. They may be commenting about that. They may not have any awareness that there's another proceeding that relates to the same facts that they're alleging. And we have no ability to collect non-public information until we start a disclosure. So that is one of the proposed amendments that we have, is to allow us to collect that information before we start, so that we make an informed choice about whether to start an investigation at all. Currently, we start an investigation and then we ask that question and then we find out there's another proceeding, right? And so that's not as efficient as it could be. And we'd like to make that quicker and faster for everybody.
What number is that, Jane?
No.
That particular one with the disclosure.
Yep.
Do you know which number that?
So finding information,
Yep.
collecting information before I'll let my guys try and find that right now.
But it could be or something.
You just give us 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, 5.11?
No.
4.1. 4.1.
Yes, 4.1. See, ensure the ombudsperson's power under the Ombudsperson Act apply to the ombudsperson, because it's incorporated by reference, right? So I'm sure that those powers under the Ombudsperson Act apply under PETA, but not just to investigations, to also apply to our assessment and investigation stages as well. So currently we have the power to collect that information, but only once we start an investigation. So this would allow us to collect that information pre-investigation.
Rosalind?
So I actually don't disagree with what you're saying. My only concern is with the application and the understanding. So there's a varying understanding of the PETA process and who can and can't apply, depending on the individual. My concern is if we use the example that the Interior Health used, that if somebody makes a complaint to a patient complaint center, for example, they may not recognize that as a complaint that could go to PETA or they may not, it may not even occur to them to let you know, because they think that's an organization that's being run by a hospital or a care center or a senior's home, and it actually doesn't apply to what they're complaining to you about. That's just an observation. That's not a criticism. It's just a flag.
No, and in fact, I think that's exactly right. One of the statutory obligations of chief executives of every one of those 197 bodies is to educate their staff about the Act. And so if that is a failing, that's a failing of culture and education and training in the organization. It's not, because we wouldn't necessarily know, right? Because you're talking about a scenario where the person hasn't come to us, right? Because they believe that the route that they pursued is sufficient. And so that is a challenge, and it's an obligation on chief executives to be teaching employees about that. Now, in particular, you see, we have identified the need to enhance that obligation, particularly for supervisors and designated officers, because they have statutory obligations under the Act, and it's critical that they be aware.
Yeah, I follow up on that because I don't disagree with you. One of the questions I had, based on the submission that Interior Health gave in comparison to the submission PSA gave. So PSA, which I did compliment them on, seems to have gone out of their way to make sure that their employees understand the varying reporting processes throughout their organization, including the PETA process. And they also have the ability as employees to submit a PETA complaint through their ministry as well as through your office if they choose to. And again, the disclosure piece that you've referred to here would be extremely important because you do not want, or I see a significant danger of your office doing an investigation and a ministry doing an investigation at the same time, because you may actually come up with different outcomes.
Yeah.
So one of my concerns around that is I'll go back to my first question. I'm assuming, based on the fact that you guys host PETA days and that you have resources available on your website, that you guys have encouraged organizations like health authorities to instruct all of their employees, and particularly their executive directors and managers and senior people in leadership, to do the same thing that PSA has done. Now, whether they've done that effectively or not is not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you guys have participated in that process, or does your office wait for an organization to come to you?
So implementation for each sector, we spent a considerable time with each one of the sectors. And if you look in special report number 2, which contains all of those documents, I'm not sure you seem to not be clear that the committee members had the report, but when you go to get to that report, you'll see hundreds of pages of all kinds of different materials that we prepared for public bodies. And we do participate when invited, for example, to support public bodies in their education. I will say that I wouldn't opine one way or the other about which of the 197 bodies has the gold standard, as it were, for training. What I will say is that when we surveyed ministry employees, there's still a long way to go, and I think the Assistant Deputy Minister acknowledged that this morning. So, there's work to be done. It just goes to show you how difficult and how complex it is to keep people educated about the Act. One of our other recommendations, 6.6, is about this question of us having a power to audit or ensure compliance by public bodies with the Act. And my observation about the discussion this morning is there was some suggestion or some understanding that when we said audit, we were talking about at the end of an investigation someone doing a financial audit. That's not what our recommendation is about. It's about us ensuring that public bodies are doing their job under the Act. And there's precedent for that. Section 42(1) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act empowers the Information and Privacy Commissioner and I'm going to read it, Commissioner is generally responsible for monitoring how this act is administered to ensure that its purposes are achieved and may conduct investigations and audits to ensure compliance with any provision of this act or the regulations. So there is a statutory obligation in PETA already on chief executives to inform their staff about the act. And so we would like to have the ability to go in and make sure that that's happening. And it doesn't have to be us. I'm totally fine with that. But nobody is doing it now, because it's nobody's responsibility to ensure that those public bodies are doing something to implement the act. There's simply an obligation on them, but there's no oversight of that kind of systemic implementation. So that's why we're suggesting it. And so that's the nature of that kind of role. Obviously, that has a resource implication. That's for another day. But it's certainly important that when you look at levels of awareness and trust that we're seeing, that there needs to be more education and more oversight in terms of ensuring that kind of work happens.
So one of the things you were talking about was having a committee that it would report back to, similar to some of the other committees you had made reference to. One of the people presenting earlier today to us, an individual, had discussed the turnaround or the length of time from you put a report in to you kind of get contacted. Can you give us an average if someone puts a public disclosure act or put something in through public disclosure, how long does it take to process it on average?
Sure.
So I'm sure there's a big range depending on, but an average.
Sure. So I'll give you some fairly high level numbers here just to give you a sense. So to start with, one of our statutory functions under the Act is advice. We generally turn that around within a week. So that would be that on that statutory function about that quickly. When we turn to disclosures, we have sort of a three-level hierarchy here. The first will be to assess whether it is someone who is entitled to make a disclosure under the Act, whether they're disclosing about a public body covered under the Act, etc. We generally will address those issues in about a week, and many times it's, for example, we spoke earlier about disclosures related to municipalities, so those are non-jurisdictional. We can't investigate those, so we decline investigation. That typically happens in that 1 week. Then, if it gets past that initial stage, it goes to our assessment phase. And that's where we're applying the tests in the Act to determine whether we should start an investigation. So I know MLA Mock raised this morning the question of what is wrongdoing under the Act. And the reference is made to Section 7. That's somewhat helpful because that's the definition, but there's a lot inside those words. Again, and so we have to take that disclosure and assess it as against the words in the Act and how we have interpreted those words to ensure that we think, if true, that this allegation would constitute wrongdoing under the Act. So that we look at that question. We also have to consider in the Act there are mandatory bars, things we are statutorily precluded from investigating, so we have to figure out whether those apply. And there are discretionary bars that we can decide whether or not, and one of those, as we've talked already a little bit about, is in the existence of another investigation already occurring. We have to consider if this matter is appropriate for referral to the police because there is an alleged crime. We also have the ability under the Act where we are of the view that another officer of the legislature might be more appropriate. So even if it is wrongdoing, where there might be somebody else, another officer, say a privacy complaint, might be more appropriate to go to the Information and Privacy Commissioner. So we exercise all that assessment. We do that typically within about 58 to 60 days, so 2 months. Will be that assessment phase. Then, but then smaller, a number of those obviously go on to investigation. And then if we look at our closures from last year, 24, 25, matters that were closed in that year, it was typically about 13 months, including that assessment phase. So if you take that out of the equation, about 11 months after the average assessment phase. So that would be kind of the timelines involved in that. Chair, I don't know if that fully answers your question.
Yes, it does. Rosalind, do you have a question? Or Jennifer, go ahead.
Thanks. Hello. My apologies. It was me that messed up the documents. I am so sorry. I did get a little distracted. But luckily, I find your reports fascinating, Jay. So we're good. Please, can we talk about audit powers?
Yep.
One of the things you requested is to expand your capacity to do audits. And I'm sure you listened to the conversation that we had this morning with Eddie McCraven. Can you expand more on the circumstances under which you would consider you would need the capacity to conduct an audit that you don't have the capacity to do it now? Like, please clarify this for me. Like, an example would be very helpful.
Yes, if I could observe, I thought that the conversation this morning seemed to confuse, or there seemed to be some apprehension that we were somehow interested in pursuing the question of whether we could conduct a financial audit as part of our investigation. And that could well be the part of an investigation that we did if we had to. But that's not what our amendment proposal is about. Our amendment proposal is, as I just referenced, something similar to what the Information Privacy Commissioner already has, which is to where you have statutory obligations, as there are in this Act, on public bodies. Who is making sure that those public bodies are carrying out that role? As I said, it doesn't have to be us, but it has to be someone. And so, for example, if you look at just the obligation to file a Section 38 public report, and if you look at, I think it was back on page 25 of Special Report number 2, the obligation to file a special report is down to 42%. So last year, 42% of the public bodies that are required to file their public reports did so. Obviously, that's not the way it should be, right? We should expect 100% compliance from a statutory obligation. So someone needs to be watching out for that. So that's what the audit is really about. It's not about, in the context of an investigation, financial misdeeds or something. That's not what that's not a concern. We have the tools we need to do to conduct appropriate investigations in those circumstances. So it's really compliance of those bodies with PETA, right? That's what we're interested in.
So you're asking
page
for
page 36.
You're asking for the capacity to do compliance audits.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And as I said, Section 42. If you look at Section 42 of the Freedom of Information Act, it's same kind of power that the Information and Privacy Commissioner has right now.
Okay, that's actually really helpful. And then I think you've touched on it a little bit here in terms of the recommendation that should the situation arise, the ability to bring in a retired judge, someone who could do an investigation of, say, the other statutory offices, so that wouldn't be, we're not having statutory offices investigate other statutory offices. One of our questions that has come up is who's watching the watchman, right? And I'm, I think you've touched on it here, but can you speak a little bit more broadly about that? That is a powerful question, is what can we do in legislation to ensure that we're doing our best to make sure that no matter who is the ombudsman or who's serving in the office of the ombudsman, how are we making sure that that process, which is kind of the last backstop for many people, is being executed appropriately?
Right. So, I mean, I think number one, I think a real focus on transparency and maximizing transparency to the degree that's possible. And this is a particularly complicated area, I will concede, given the need to ensure that groundless allegations, for example, don't get surfaced in a public way that can damage public reputations. But I think obligations on us to maximize transparency, and you already see public reporting obligations on us, so we seek to do that. I will say that some of that responsibility is ours. So, for example, ensuring that where we have people who are unhappy with our service, that they have a route to come back to us, and you can go to our website. We have a review process that's set out under that on the website for complainants under the Ombudsperson Act, for disclosures under PETA who can come back to us and say they're unhappy with a particular service, and we can conduct a review. I think it is important to recognize that at the end of the day, we are not determining anybody's legal rights. Right? That's not what we do. That's why there isn't a court of appeal, if I could put it that way. Our job is to take complaints under the Ombudsperson Act or disclosures under PETA and investigate them with the tools that are provided under the Act, and ultimately write a helpful report, hopefully for a public body, so their administration can be approved. We don't decide people's individual legal rights in that context, so that probably means that it's not really the final answer. It's the final route under the Ombudsperson Act, or it's the final route under the Public Interest Disclosure Act, but people have other remedies in society and in the legal system.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Rosalind?
Yeah,
I have a number of questions, but I'll start with the red herring. I don't actually disagree. In fact, we had quite a interesting conversation this morning around extending PETA to municipalities and other local governments this morning with the AG. They raised some fairly serious concerns on their part because it may impact other pieces of legislation, the Community Charter, the Local Government Act, etc. So they were a little bit worried about that. I'm less worried about that than I'm just curious, when you came up with your Annex B, which I love, by the way, don't disagree with absolutely anything on it. However, was there any consultation?
No, we haven't consulted with all of the public bodies that are listed there. That is for sure.
Okay.
We would consider that the responsibility of the people who hold the policy keys to the Act.
Okay. And going back to Jennifer's question about who's watching is there any, where does organizations like WorkSafe fall?
WorkSafe is a one of the 197 public bodies that's covered under PETA.
WorkSafe BC?
Yes.
Okay.
PETA was rolled out in 7 phases, right? From 2019 to 2024. The last to be added was in December 2024. That was the research universities, British Columbia, so UBC, UNBC, Simon Fraser, others, and WorkSafe. So they were added a year ago.
Okay, so just a clarifying question on that, because myself, and I don't know if there's other MLAs that have been told the same thing. I've actually been told by WorkSafe that they have a equivalent of yourself, and that if the investigation is conducted by that particular body, and the person is not happy with that result, that they cannot come back to either PETA or the Ombudsman's office.
Well, I'd be happy to take that up with WorkSafe. You could provide me with the details, because statutorily people have a right to.
Okay.
And in section 44 of PETA, I don't have the text exactly in front of me, but basically you can't contract out of your PETA rights. And so a public body cannot require someone to contractually opt out. So let's say an employee settles a wrongful dismissal lawsuit or something, and the employer cannot say, as part of this settlement, you're giving up your rights to make a disclosure as a former employee to PETA. So, sorry, section 45, wrong section number. Section 45, a provision in a contract or agreement is not enforceable to the extent that it would prevent a request for advice, disclosure, or complaint about a reprisal or cooperation with an investigation under this Act. This section applies to any contract or agreement between an employee and an employer, including an agreement to refrain from instituting or constituting any proceedings under this Act or any proceedings for breach of contract.
Could they maybe have something similar to the health authority with patient quality care for a complaint process?
I'm sorry.
Could they have something, now maybe I'm mistaken, but do they not have a similar complaint process? So like a health authority, but still separate from PETA?
So I think there was some reference this morning to the patient care quality office. That's typically for patients and their families, not directly necessarily for employees. But most employers have had, some for a long time, some for a short time, speak up programs. For example, when PETA was applied to ICBC or BC Hydro, both of those organizations had decades-long speak-up programs in those organizations for their employees to identify safety risks and others. A number of the health authorities also had speak-up programs available. What PETA brought, and so PETA applied to those existing, or notwithstanding those existing programs, and for most of them, what PETA brought in was the ability to make an external disclosure and to have statutory protection from reprisal for doing so, either internally or externally to us.
Go ahead, Rosalind.
Okay. If we go back to the dual complaint process, PSA indicated today that they have phenomenal internal processes, but then if somebody isn't happy, they can also submit a complaint or a submission to PETA through your office. One of the proposals that you're making is that you are able to suspend until an investigation is completed. So one of my questions, which they weren't able to answer this morning, if PSA, for example, does, under one of their senior people, does an investigation and they come up with an outcome and the person is not happy, can they then do a second one with you guys? And he said, absolutely, that is their statutory
That's
right
correct.
to do that. However, I asked a follow-up question, are you guys able to take that internal investigation and use it for your investigation?
So we would look at that investigation for to determine whether or not we felt that there was a reason to conduct our own investigation, but we would conduct our own investigation, might be informed by that investigation, but we would do our own investigation. We may have issues of credibility we need to assess. We have to make sure that there aren't other documents that we need to look at, et cetera. So it can be helpful, but it's not determinative.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand that. So you do not conduct an investigation prior to requesting that information?
So we would, to the extent that we know, I will give you the typical case. In the typical case, if we are aware, we'd be interested in seeing that information. Because if we believe the matter's already been appropriately investigated, we may think that it's not a useful expenditure of public resources to reinvestigate that. So we would look at that, seek to determine whether we were satisfied with the appropriateness of that investigation. But if we're not, then we would start an investigation.
Okay.
So we have 5 minutes left of questions. So I will just flag that and I will look to Jennifer for the next question.
I have more questions.
Yeah.
How do we know? Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the best way to phrase my question. We've heard a lot of information today about how to ensure that we are appropriately conducting investigations, not duplicating the investigations that, and your request to figure out how do we pause the investigations. I am finding myself really struggling on how to maintain confidentiality for people. Because what you're saying, what you're asking for is you become aware within the course of your investigation that there is a duplicate investigation process. So usually that would be, maybe through disclosure from the person who's put forward the complaint themselves, that they have also put forward a complaint. Just going back to Darlene's question, when we had a request from the Island Health Authority to be apprised of when you're conducting an investigation or when their PETA process are parallel to another investigation, I am not sure how that will work and still protect the confidentiality of the investigation processes. The PETA investigations are very serious in nature and require the utmost discretion to protect people who are whistleblowers. And I would welcome your thoughts and comment on what our possible path forward is there.
So, first of all, when we start an investigation, we're statutorily obligated to give notice to the chief executive of the public body that we're investigating and the topic that we're investigating. We have the ability to defer that notice where I'm of the view that providing notice would prejudice the investigation. As soon as that prejudice is complete and dealt with and no longer in existence, then I'm under an obligation to then notify. So it's temporal, right? We have some opportunity to postpone that, but generally speaking, we do give notice, and we are always trying to find out what else has been raised, and is the authority looking to you know, in terms of, you know, is this already under investigation? Is this a topic of, you know, there's some other thing happening? You know, it's not surprising that a senior official of an entity as large as a health authority would say, well, we already know about something, and that may be fine. But that doesn't necessarily mean the employees know about that issue is being looked into. Whether it's for reasons of privacy or just they haven't communicated that they've already started to look at that question. So that's okay. That's our job. We'll try to figure out whether or not that's already something that they've got a handle on. And if it is, we have a number of options. We can wait. We can go to the designated officer and say, why don't you investigate that? The person came to us, but we can actually refer a matter to the designated officer, and they can do it internally to their organization as well. So there are tools in the Act. Our suggestion is is specific just to help with that a little bit, if I can put it that way, to kind of close a gap where we see a gap in where we might coordinate a little bit better. But we already, I think, do that reasonably. I think it's inevitable sometimes that public authorities are going to feel that there's multiple things. We try to avoid that, but I don't see that as a major failing. I would be much more concerned with suggestions that, for example, we should collaborate with a public authority on an investigation. It's critically important that employees have faith that their identity is going to be protected, and sometimes the only way that can happen is for us to be that rubber gasket between we know information that unfortunately we're not going to be able to tell the disclosure, and vice versa. We're not going to tell some information to the public body that we're investigating. That's just the nature of our work. So I think that sometimes authorities may think that there's duplication when really it's simply the employee doesn't know.
Thank you. Right, and I believe Rosalind had one more question. I will finish off with hers.
I have 1 million, but I'll finish with one. I want to ask about two amendments. The first one is 4.3, support person-centered, reporting information. And then the other one is, I think, 5.12, privileged, so the client question. The only thing the reason I raised these two is I have concerns with these two in regards to actually what you were just speaking of. I understand the principle and the spirit behind the proposal, but I worry that they may actually create mechanisms for somebody's privacy to not be protected, and or for information to be shared because it gets watered down or passed on to people that it shouldn't have been. And I'm not saying they shouldn't be implemented. Have you guys considered any internal sort of policy-driven stuff that can be mitigated? For example, is it a voluntary, could it be voluntary? Where the individual that had submitted the complaint said, okay, I can see the value in what you want to do. I agree to that, and I sign a form. I'm just trying to find a balance between this helping you do your job, but not actually impeding the spirit of the legislation in its intent originally.
Yeah, so 4.3, I think I totally take your point, and you'll see that it's a pretty cautious suggestion on our part, and it is that we have the ability in the appropriate case to be able to provide a summary of the report to a non-disclosure participant in an investigation. So someone, say, who wasn't the person who, pardon the expression, blew the whistle, but is a colleague of theirs. They don't necessarily know, who did this, but they have participated in our investigation. It sometimes can have been very difficult for them emotionally, and they also felt the burden of knowing something wasn't right. And for us to bring them in, put them under oath, take their evidence, and then say, sorry, we can't tell you anything, I think there has to be a better way. We have all the caution you have about this. It's not a practice that we would exercise in every investigation, for sure. But right now, we can't do it at all. And so we would like the opportunity to do it. Now, you also had a question about privilege that I want to make sure, but I'm conscious of the chair's time.
Well, if I understand, I think it's 5.12.
Yes.
If I understand that correctly, you are asking that solicitor-client privileged information be accessible to you, and I'm assuming this is in fairly egregious investigations that you're conducting. This isn't something you would ask for all the time. There'd be very specific circumstances around that. I mean, that's a pretty big ask, considering what that means in the legal world.
Right. So first of all, to say that we have this arrangement under the Ombudsperson Act and have had it for 30 years. We get it already under the Ombudsperson Act. However, when PETA came into force, I wrote to the then Deputy Attorney General and said, like to apply the same protocol. And they said, let's look at it case by case. And so in every single case we have asked since then, we've been turned down. So the issue primarily raises its head around reprisal. So imagine, because reprisal says you cannot, for example, have an adverse employment action against someone for making a disclosure. Makes perfect sense, right? If you could fire someone who had made a disclosure, then there'd really be no protection once you found out who they were. So, or believed you knew who they were. So in a reprisal context, if someone has made a disclosure, it's pretty likely that before any employment action that may be completely unrelated to the fact that someone made a disclosure, because you're not insulated from employment actions that are unrelated to your disclosure. It just can't be a reason why, a contributing reason why someone, say, is fired or suspended or whatever. I would expect that pretty much every public authority would go get legal advice about whether or not they were entitled to take that employment action, given that this person was a disclosure. We would like the ability to make sure that's a key element. So someone then complains to us about reprisal, and we have to investigate. And one of the things we want to know is, did the public body go get legal advice, and did the legal advice support the fact that they were entitled to take this employment action, notwithstanding that the person had made a disclosure? Right now, we can't find that out. And so we still have to do the investigation. We just don't have that piece of evidence. So now we have to piece together a much more complex story. We have to involve way more witnesses. So now more people know about this allegation of reprisal. And we're trying to figure out whether or not that took place. So it takes longer, higher risk to confidentiality, et cetera. All we would really like to do is get that legal advice, make sure that the lawyer had said, no, it's okay, this is unrelated to the fact that they had made a disclosure, or not. But I mean, we would like the opportunity to review that advice, and currently we're unable to get there. So what's important, I am sure, for the public bodies that go get that legal advice, and for the Ministry of the Attorney General, or whatever lawyers are providing that advice to any of the 197 public bodies, is they don't want privilege as against third parties waived. So they don't necessarily then want that person, say, who's been fired, to get access to that legal advice. And so we're totally fine. We have no interest in triggering waiver in any way, shape, or form. And so a provision that says, and providing the ombudsperson with this information does not trigger waiver. And there is precedent for that. If you look at the Auditor General Act of Nova Scotia, you will see that the Auditor General is entitled to privileged information, and that the Act specifically says providing it, because they have the statutory authority to collect it, does not trigger waiver. So I think that's really important. And Chair, I know you're anxious to call the day, or at least us. If I could just, there's been a number of comments about speed, and I have a pretty good little list of amendments that relate to amendments we're seeking in order to expedite the process. And if I can just give you those, just so that they're in your heads, if I can just do that quickly. 3.1, amendment proposal 3.1, refusal to investigate if no reasonable basis. Amendment 4.1, streamlining the process before an investigation commences. We've talked about that one already. 5.1.2, the one we just discussed around privilege. 5.1.3, relieving the disclosure limitations on the Evidence Act, which is a whole other thing. If you're interested in that, we can have a discussion about that someday. 5.1.4, requiring compliance with instructions from us, because sometimes it would help us contain speculation, et cetera, if we had the statutory authority to give those instructions. 5.3.3, expanded power to refer disclosure to another public body for review. And lastly, 6.1 around training of designated officers. So that package, that list, is really kind of a package to expedite investigations. Our number one obligation is to conduct a thorough and professional investigation regardless of the time it takes. But we think those measures would help to allow us to do that very same, hold to the same standard, but in appropriate circumstances, just make things a little quicker.
All right, well, I would like to thank the committee for reporting to us. I have a feeling you'll be back. But I also just want to thank you coming out on a Friday afternoon. I know it's been a long week for everyone, but I appreciate. Anyway, for coming, so we will let you be. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn the committee. Or ask for a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed? The committee stands down.